Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, folks. How are we doing on this very fine Friday? I hope the answer is fucking excellent. And if it isn't, maybe we can fix that. I make no promises. But that's just because I'm smart. How we doing today, folks? Squarepeg, it's wonderful to see you, man. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I'm doing a little visual comparison right now between some, I made these here, Crystal Badlands bases a little while ago, and I just haven't been happy with the process and some of the details. And I've been promising these to a couple of Votann players so that they could get their armies done up with crystals coming out of their bases, and so I, kind of scrapped the entire project and just started over, as I am wont to do, foolish man that I am. I'm doing a little texture comparison at the moment to make sure I'm happy with the new version. I think I am. I'm gonna go ahead and get these dry brushed up in the next couple days so I can take some pictures of them. I'll show them to you here on stream here in just a minute too. Quarantined? Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Shadowcat, good to see you. Roland, excellent as always. Squarepeg is one of my favorite lurkers, right up there with Plankwalker. Fucking exhausted? Well, sit back and take a load off, man. You don't need to be doing anything right now. It's something, isn't it? Just stopped working for the day about 20 minutes ago, and it has been a day. Well, put the old footsies up, Data Nerd. It's wonderful to see you here in chat. I'm happy with the crystals. I don't know if I'm totally happy with the dirt texture that I did on these, and that's... I guess I am. I think that this dirt texture I did, it has less, like, raised detail on it, but I think it's going to work better for actually gluing models to than the old, more textured version that I was doing. It's slightly less distinct, but also the buckled earth around the crystals is much better. I'll show you guys here on camera in a minute. Of course, you won't be able to see it very well, because it's in cured unpainted resin, which doesn't show up very well on camera. But I'll show it to you, and then once I get some paint put on them, I'll show you guys again. But the new process, most importantly, the new way that I've done it means I can just churn through bases like fucking nothing. It took learning some new features in ZBrush, becoming very, very comfortable with creating my own alpha maps and then rebuilding a couple of my insert mesh brushes, but now that those exist, and I've sort of retweaked my workflow for creating bases, it's so much faster, it's so much more reliable, it's kind of stupid. I've made 20 bases in the last day. It's very promising, and it needs to be, because I'm about to use that same workflow to make bases for these models we're going to be building tonight. Yes, O'Coral. I'm going to build some Games Workshop models tonight. I have a couple of sprues of them here in front of me. We're going to be digging into the Rotmire Creed from the new Warcry box set, which is called Heart of Gur, I want to say. I don't know dick about Age of Sigmar or the world of it or anything. I just got a bunch of friends who are playing Warcry, and I'm like, I got a deal on the box secondhand, so I was like, screw it, let's give it a try. I quite like the new edition of Kill Team, and they're going to be crying Tears of Plague. And I haven't played Warcry, but I've heard really good things about it, and I dug into the rulebook, and I'm really, really liking what I saw in there. It seems like a pretty good rule set, and I'm starting to think maybe, like, I don't know, it's like the new games the Games Workshop is doing are actually pretty good, and the weird legacy games they're trying to keep alive kind of suck. They're moving in a very strange direction. But either way, I'm going to be playing this over Thanksgiving. I just found out that I'm going to be hosting a Friendsgiving. We were planning on doing nothing this Thanksgiving and just getting some work done, but some friends' plans fell through, so they're going to be coming out here, and we're going to be doing up a couple of turkeys. And I figure, why not get these guys at least built in time so we can go ahead and play the game? And then I'm going to be taking them with me to Adepticon, and also getting in some games of Warcry with Rhino while I'm up there. Wiley Cliff, welcome in. Good to see you. Mentally exhausted and haven't done a fucking goddamn thing today. Shadowcat, be kind to yourself, man. Be kind to yourself. You don't have to work yourself up over that. I understand the circles of frustration, but just deep breaths. Deep breaths. It means the good games will not get any support. I mean, Warcry's been doing pretty well. As far as I can tell, a lot of people seem to like it. Like, I have zero fucking interest in playing Age of Sigmar. I really have zero interest in getting into 40k 9th. I think I've said before, and I'll say again, I'll be interested in playing 40k again when they release a new edition, and they're like, we're going to alternating activations, and we're bumping up to a D10. I'll be like, okay, fine, I'm in. I don't see that happening, but I do quite enjoy Kill Team, and I already have a Nurgle Kill Team, a Death Guard, I actually have multiple Kill Teams that are pretty much ready to go, but with the new edition, I learned that the only thing I was missing was an icon bearer of Nurgle, and I actually found a cool one. I'll show you guys here in a second. This is the one from the Space Marine Heroes box they were doing a little while ago. I found him secondhand for like 15 bucks. This is my little micro protest. As long as I'm not paying money directly to Games Workshop, but ameliorating the existing cost from other players, I feel better about myself. So that's my justification, and I'm sticking to it. I'm at work, so I'll be an intermittent chatter for now. Supervisor. Yes, supervisor, this PC right here, this one, he's watching Twitch. He's watching some guy build fantasy models on Twitch. Did that work? I assume you'll let me know if it does. Games Workshop has a history of killing off good games such as, yes, no, you are absolutely right, Square Peg. And the reason that I'm more comfortable getting into these is because I don't need $500 invested into one army. I got this box for 150 bucks, and it has 2 full Warcry teams with options, a shocking amount of terrain, which I was okay with in this case because, like, I don't touch the Kill Team box sets because I don't need nor even particularly like their terrain. It's high enough quality, I guess. I don't. The 40k aesthetic is really just draining at this point. But I don't have much fantasy terrain. I have very, very little fantasy terrain, and this terrain is actually pretty. It seems pretty nice. It seems pretty nice. I'll show you guys the sprues. It's an impressive amount considering for 150 bucks. The box I got, Square Peg, is called Heart of Gore. It's the new box that just came out a few months ago. I got a second hand off somebody who I guess they bought multiple boxes and then found out they didn't need them. I don't know. People do that. But it has 2 full Warcry teams. It has a bunch of terrain. It has a cardboard play area to set out, the play mat. It comes with tokens. It comes with a full core rulebook. It comes with a lore book. It comes with dice. I'm like, this is actually not bad. Not bad at all for what's in the box. I think it retails for like $200 to $250. I just got a deal on it. Pull out a couple of tools and have my tea here, and we'll go ahead and get started building. I actually like these Rotmire Creed models. I've been inspired for the bases that I'm going to make for them, but I need to assemble them before I can make the bases because I need to know how far apart their feet are. I need to measure them and figure out the distances I'm working with because I plan to make some marsh bases with some raised pieces of dirt for them to stand on, and a few of the models are standing on stilts, like swamp stilts. So I'm planning to expand those stilts down, make them longer, and then have those stilts going down into the water beneath the chunks of dirt that the other footed models are standing on. I think it'll look pretty cool. They have a Lizardman or Beastman box set yet for Warcry, so not that I know of. I know that this box, Heart of Gore, is moving the setting for their Warcry releases to the realm of beasts. I don't know anything about the Age of Sigmar lore. I really don't. I never paid any attention to it, so maybe that means more to you. In the little lore book, it describes a crashed, like a crashed Saurian ship with some sort of reality-changing gem engine at the center of it, and these two factions are fighting over it because the Rotmire Creed, who as far as I can tell are just like a cargo cult of Nurgle. They worship Nurgle without realizing that's what they're doing. They want to use that to turn the Gnarlwood Forest, which is presumably someplace, into like a fetid, nasty, disease-ridden swamp, and the other guys, the Sons of Hashut, I think they're called. I don't know. They have like bullhorn helmets on. Want to use it to turn the forest into like a horrible burning wasteland. It's whatever, you know, fantasy stuff, I guess. I really don't know anything about Age of Sigmar lore, so I apologize. I was decently into the old world lore, but I have played one game of Age of Sigmar, and it was years ago at this point. But I'll play Warcry. It seems fun. I like the rules. Really love 40k lore, but really hate what GW has become. God, I know what you mean, Wildline. I really do. I sympathize. Tended to pick up one-page rules with some third-party models, though. What are you painting today? So we're going to be building Wildline. We're digging into these here Warcry models, and I'm going to try to build my Rotmire Creed force. Also, with these games that I like, that I just have to build like 10 models, and then I'm fucking done. Like, that's... yeah, I'm into that. Cha-cha-cha-cha. People seem to really like one-page rules. I haven't really looked that closely at it myself, but it's gaining traction, and that's what it needs. For any game to survive, it obviously it needs players, and you need that positive word of mouth pretty early on. It seems to have that, so as long as you got people local to you playing, or I guess the nice thing is if you have people local to you who do play 40k, you can just bring them the new rule set and be like, hey, you want to try this? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and get started. What do you say? I haven't built anything on stream in a little while, but for quite some time on stream, I've only been working with my own stuff. This is a nice little break. I was going to put this off for a while because I wasn't going to be doing anything with it until Adepticon, but then Friendsgiving got bumped up, and now I want to have these built for later in the month. At least built. Probably not painted, though. I've been watching Marco Frazzoni. He did this set of models with a combination of airbrushed acrylics and oil washes in like 4 hours, and they look really good, and I'm kind of tempted to try his method. If he can do them that well in 4 hours using really simple techniques, using all tools and paints that I already have, I kind of want to go ahead and try that. Oops, didn't mean to follow, but you did anyway, and thank you so much for it. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, isn't it luxurious? Isn't it nice? Thank you so much. Alright, I'm gonna have to consult the instructions, because these models have gotten fucking complicated since the last time I have opened one of these boxes up. And of course now it uses 25mm, 28mm, and 32mm bases, something I'm going to have to account for. Whatever. A couple of alternate assemblies. I think I know what I want to put on. The first model it's telling me to build is the Witherlord, and I think... No. Afterwards, yeah. Thank you. Silicon art? What madness is this? I don't want to build that guy first, because I want to drill his legs. Let's take him apart and see what pieces we can put together while still leaving his legs separate. Because, yeah, his legs are two different pieces, and it looks like I can glue those in afterwards. Oh, screw it. Let's just do it now. Let's just do it now. What the hell? It's essentially 2 of the Z sprues per force here. This is A, right? Yeah, it has to be. Okay, so this is 65. Getting started. Damn right, drill gun. So my intent is, like you see some of these legs here, specifically on the leader and some of the more elite figures, they're standing on these little, like, swamp stilts. And I'm gonna cut those and lengthen them to make the model taller and make the stilts longer, because they're kind of short. This is a lot of pieces. Like, this is only, like, 10 models. It's a little nuts, but we're going in. Yeah, full wild line. This is the Tamiya Electric Handy Drill. It's kind of amazing. I love this thing. It's only like 25 bucks, and it's actually a build-it-yourself kit. This comes on a sprue, which is sort of adorable. Alright, 65. You would think 65 would be next to 66. You'd be wrong. What the fuck is 66? Oh no, this is gonna be a long night. Is it on the other piece? Of course it is. I mean, I applaud their ability to get this many pieces onto a sprue, but also, what the hell? There's 66. I knew it was hiding in here somewhere. I guess the nice thing about these nasty fantasy models is if I do any damage to the sprue, it's not going to be very noticeable. We'll get through it. We'll get through it, David Rogers. They're very good-looking models. 64 and 67. The good news is this will get easier as I clip more pieces out and there are fewer options. I can recognize this guy because he has a big crazy bamboo hat. This is actually the first time that I have clipped from the sprue and built any Age of Sigmar models. I've painted some of them, but I've never built any of them. 64, 67, 68, 69. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. There's his back. 69. 69, which appears to be his arm, which has a... See if we can get a look at this here. This is the Witherlord's weapon, or one of them anyway. Will we focus on it? Can we do that? Come on. There we have it. So you see his hand on there. It's like a giant bamboo syringe puncher? That's what it appears to be. You punch with it, and I guess it depresses the... Yeah, look, let's just not question it too much. Let's not go down that particular path. That way lies madness. I've got all kinds of stuff, including Dremel's Andershade, though I don't have a Dremel that will hold on to drill bits that are smaller than 1mm. I need to replace the battery in this thing. This is a good replacement for a pin... Well, not a replacement. You still want a pin vise, but this is a good alternative to a pin vise. Okay. Oh my god, Vergaderung, how you doing, man? Here with my fried and sugared up chicken. You doing Chinese food again? You madman, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the support, Vergaderung. It's wonderful to see you here, man. Where's the front of him? Where is your front, Witherlord? There it is. Gotta look for the big crazy bamboo hat. I do enjoy some good sugar chicken in all its various configurations. I got that, got that. Got those two. I got that. I need 68. And then 70 and 71. 68 is just a face? Oh my god, no! Oh no, 68 is an adorable little toad monster. goes on his shoulder. He's very small. Let's see if we can see him. Focus on my fingers. You dirty son bitch. There we go. Look at him. There we go. It's a little it's a little three-eyed toad monster. That's great. He perches on his shoulder. He's drooling. Look, he's got a little drool coming out of his mouth. Blech. It's wonderful. Oh, we're going to use the toad monster. That's going to happen. Alright, now he's missing his 70 and 71, which are big hook weapon. I gotta find the right one, because they all use big hook weapons. Somewhere in here. There it is. The terrain is pretty zany, too. It's like trees that are made of muscle and have big, horrible, bony hooks on them. It's actually pretty neat. Okay, there's that. Fucking love toads! Fucking love toads! Yes, toads! Toads are the only reason I'm here. And 71, this big crazy shaman thing. That'll be the Wither Lord. Like a rack of potions and poisons, I guess. Alright, let's start with him. Make sure I got my plastic cement. It's a two-pick day, right, Scud? It is indeed, since we had an unscheduled miss earlier this week. Well, a bit of sprue cleanup. Doesn't really need much. My complaints about GW, but none of those complaints are that they make bad sprues. Next level painting? Oh my god. How you doing, Next Level? Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you working on tonight, Next Level? We're just doing a little building, little change of pace over here. Love Minis, thank you so much for the follow. War Pigment, also to you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Next Level, I'd love to know what you were up to tonight. I didn't get a chance to stop in before I got started. I do follow Next Level Painting. I don't think I've ever done anything more than lurk in your chat, but man, oh man. It's like the name says it all. It truly is. Next Level. Kinda doesn't. Yeah, okay, I guess it works. I guess it works. Thank you for bringing your people over. Thank you so much for the biddies, Love Minis. I do appreciate it. Querdazfizzla. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. That's a great name. It's a wonderful name. Rich with history and culture. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I wish we were doing something a little bit more exciting tonight, but we're kind of... We're working on something a little standard issue. Normally we're doing some 3D printing, some oil painting, working on some of our own stuff. For the first time in a while, I busted open a GW kit so that I can have some Warcry minis to use over Thanksgiving and at Adepticon. So we're going with a little change of pace tonight. A little change of pace. Kelsky, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Somebody has to tell me what Next Level was working on tonight. Somebody has to tell me, or I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Somebody knows. Somebody in this chat right now knows what he was working on. And if they don't tell me, I am... Oh, I will give you such a pinch. Daywalker, as in, like, Blade? Like MCP Blade? Work with me. Wesley Snipes Blade Orc. Okay, that took a turn. Alright. Well, that sounds like fun. I mean, that sounds like just the coolest orc. Trying to think of the line. What would it be? Like, some manky git always trying to ice skate uphill? No daywalkers here. And it could have been MCP. It could have been MCP. They do have a Blade model now. I was in the right realm. I wasn't thinking orky enough. You know what it is we're out of Orktober, so I'm not assuming literally everything is an orc anymore. At least not for another year. Well, thank you again, Next Level, for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people over, and welcome, new viewers. I hope you're into just some nice, relaxing Friday evening model building, because that's what we got on the table tonight. We've been doing a little bit of cyberpunk stuff lately. Painting up some 3D printed minis, 3D printing some new bases, and we got more of that to do. Plus, I've got some more Nurgle boys to work into my 40k kill team, but for tonight, it is Warcry. Tell us about your building tricks. If I told you all of my building tricks, then they wouldn't be my tricks anymore. And what incentive would you have to watch? I have to have my secrets. My carefully guarded secrets, like cut the pieces out of the sprue and then clean them up with a blade. Actually, if I can deliver any secret at all, it's this right here. I love this curved X-Acto blade. I use this for building constantly. It is a good mold line scraper. It is a good cutter for modifications. It's just an altogether wonderful piece of kit that I cannot recommend enough.
Warning, fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
I mean, the man has a point, to be fair. How you doing, Voxel Forge? It's good to see you. I would say measure twice, cut once, which in this game means dry fit everything. And we're going to be doing a little bit of modding to these models as well, based on some ideas from Marco Frazzoni, who is an incredibly talented painter and YouTuber. Plus, it looks like a sickle, and sickles are cool. It's weird to me that sickles are as cool as they are. I'm not disagreeing with you. Sickles are cool, but they're like engineered to harvest wheat. And that's not cool. Harvesting wheat is not a cool thing. Nobody aspires to harvest wheat. Nobody looks at some guy out in the field harvesting wheat and goes, look at that fucking guy, look how badass he is. You think one day I could be that hardcore? No. Instead, they get associated with death and the harvesting of souls, and I guess that's cool. I love this little toad man. This is my favorite thing. He doesn't really need any cleanup, so I'm not going to mess with him. Now, these parts I'm going to have to modify some, so I'm going to go ahead and just get on that quick like. You have to see a bro smashing long grass with his scything skills, just cutting right through it. Just mowing that grass with nothing but the power of his arms. Kind of went into like a muscle man Randy Savage thing. Because the cream always rises to the top. What are you up to today, Voxel Forge? What are you working on? What's on the 3D design desk? I just got these these Crystal Badlands bases done today and printed out, and they're not going to show up very well on camera. I always apologize for that. Anything that's 3D printed and not painted doesn't, but I redid the texture on them, and I redid the details for the buckling earth where the crystals are coming up, which I can go ahead and show you the difference. I was doing these ones by hand initially, which was foolish, I realized, and I wasn't really a fan of the way the cracks in the earth come out, so I redid them like this. It's more of a positive detail buckling earth. It's raised up, and then it has some stony details around it. I think these are going to paint better. And then I softened the detail for the gravel around it a little bit to be a little bit more friendly to dry brushing and gluing. These are the new Crystal Badlands bases, and I'm going to have these available here in the near future. Most importantly, now I can churn these out like crazy since I got the process down. They'll look better when they're painted, I promise. Add in the oh yeah. It's true, it isn't really Randy Savage without the oh yeah. And then if you're like really memeing hard, you toss in a snap into a Slim Jim. I'd be doing an Infinity commission for someone. Ooh, what you making? God, the more I like build these models, the more I dread those fucking Infinity models that they bought. Oh my god, that I picked up. They're gonna be a fucking nightmare. Ah, okay. So these need to be clipped. Not too aggressively in this case. I just want to take off the little base where you're supposed to glue it. There we go. And for the other one. I'm glad to hear that, Mafik. Hopefully all is well. This one is going to take a little bit more clipping. Not too much more, but a little bit more. I'd like to keep as much of the base as I can, so I'm going to try to clip the flat part off. Or as much of the stilt as I can is what I want to keep. And we're going to lengthen these so that the stilts are longer and the model is taller. Damn, they're narrow too. Okay. This will be interesting then. Where's my center punch? So this is something I recommend if you drill a lot of plastic. This is just a tungsten scribing stylus, but it has a nice little, very, very sharp tungsten point at the tip of it. And I just use it essentially like a center punch on soft materials. If you're going to drill something, you always want something like a pilot to work with, and this can help you get started just by divoting the plastic. Particularly if you're going to drill something narrow where it's important to stay centered. This might be too narrow for my usual 1mm drill bit. We might have to go finer. Ah, damn, Mafik. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's rough. I wish you and yours all the best, and I sincerely hope that recovery is in the cards. Let's even that out a little bit, so I'm not drilling in at an angle. And here comes Suicide Prinny. I gonna be too large? Damn it, that almost is. I don't know. Can I pull it off? I'm gonna try. It's real close. It's gonna be thin, but it'll let me use paper clips, which is what I want to do. I need to replace the batteries in this. I don't need to do any aggressive drilling. Maybe I'll just use a pin vise. Maybe that's more sensible, rather than trying to use the hobby drill. I like the hobby drill when I'm, like, drilling metal, you know? Suicide Prinny, welcome in! Maybe we can get away with using a narrower pin. Let's do a little measuring and figure that out, why don't we? Mafik, that sucks, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope that something rectifies that for you, because that sucks. I hope that you're able to continue your education, man. Yeah, so this is a 0.5 millimeter, these pins are. So let's take 2 of them. Bernie, how you doing, man? Vanessa Miniatures. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good one. This guy is 0.65. Which, in theory, should be kind of ideal. So let's pull that drill bit. Oh yeah, it's like Veterans Day today, isn't it? I always fucking forget that it's Veterans Day. I could go get me like a free sandwich at Applebee's or something. Alright, let's work this in here. So I opened a bunch of magic and started painting some minis. That sounds like a good 3-day to me. I read Adepticon, so I came to see what's up. Yeah. I'm pretty much doing everything I do between now and late March is going to be prep for Adepticon. I'm bringing up Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone, I'm bringing up Warcry, I'm bringing up some Kill Team, I'm bringing up some Beyond the Gates of Antares, and all those forces either need to be built and painted or need some modification before that's going to be ready. So, work. What about yourself, Vanessa? I'm going to be there. I'm sharing a room with Dr. Rhino. That should be a good time. For Golden Demon, yeah. That's pretty exciting. I'm not going to be entering myself, but I will certainly be intrigued to see what people bring. Oh yeah, lucky me. It should be fun. We tried to get a room with a couple of twin beds. Or was it 2 queens? Either way, the one with 2 beds, like, that shit sold out in like 5 minutes. I was lucky to get one of the ones with a king bed, so, you know, I get to be the big spoon at least. Yes, Nash's Workshop. Obviously, that's what we're going to do. How would you ever think we were going to do anything but have a fart contest? I thought that was self-evident. Like, didn't even need saying. This is the quality of discourse that I draw to myself, rather. It's very, very near Chicago. It might as well be in Chicago. It's in Schaumburg, Illinois. Well, that's good, Mafik. I'm gonna drop my models at Golden Demon and go enjoy myself. The Great Lakes in March, it's like a tropical destination. not. It's the opposite of that. That's not what it is, even a little bit. I am, Roland. I am. I expect to get some shit for it. But it's a couple of Warcry teams, and I need them ready by Thanksgiving, because I just found out I'm hosting a Friendsgiving, and this is what we're going to be playing, so I need to at least get them assembled. Now, what kind of depth am I working with here? That's not bad. Let's do the other one. I'll be interested to see what you bring up, Vanessa. I mean, assume by now, with it being in just a few months, you know what you're bringing to Golden Demon, dare I ask? I've had people tell me to go ahead and put something in for Golden Demon. I don't know. I've never done painting competitions. I have never entered in them. It's just not something I've been particularly interested in. A long time ago, I wouldn't have even considered it because I wasn't very good. These days, I don't know. It's not my scene. But I love seeing what people bring. Xander Shade, holy shit, dude. What? Xander Shade. First of all, Roland, congratulations, man. I'm really glad to hear that. It's a nice pin vice. Is that Tamiya too? That is a great question. This is, I think I bought it like 15 years ago in Monterey, California. I have no idea what brand this pin vice is. If it had identifying markings on it, I have long since worn them off with my fingers. I'm terribly sorry about that. Xander Shade, thank you so much for the plethora of gift subs, you absolute maniac. Thank you for all of your support, Xander Shade. Your enthusiasm is the light of my evenings. I shall teach you to grift. Oh, here we go. I already fucked it up. I'm 3 words in, I fucked it up, man. I don't know, data nerd. I don't know. You know what my problem is, honestly, and I was having this conversation the other day with Dr. Rhino. If I let myself get competitive, I get really competitive. Like, in a not super cool way. And so I kind of just avoid doing that. Listen to that thunder roll. And I can't promise that would necessarily happen, but if I entered something like the Golden Demon, like, I would become obsessive about it. I think it would stop being fun, you know? Now, I will say, as far as the grift goes, Xander Shade, I have successfully grifted some recently. I don't want to give details because it is something that is still being discussed and nothing has been signed yet. But I have been in discussions with a not at all small company. A company whose name you would recognize, who does terrain for a number of different systems and scales, who is very, 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 very interested in producing some boxes of pre-painted Hex Tech and distributing them. And, It's an interesting deal. It's one that I've discussed with Steel Warrior, with Alex over at Steel Warrior. We had a long conversation about it yesterday. He is on board with it. We're thinking it's going to work out for both of us. It is not. It is not Death Ray Designs. It is someone significantly larger than Death Ray Designs. It is a company that is large enough that when I got my first email from them, I thought I was being fished. I was like, yeah. It was like, oh, hello, I'm such and such, and I hold this position at such and such company. And I'm like, bullshit, you do. Yeah, so does my uncle, buddy, you know? But it, as it turns out, is legit. And over the next year could represent something pretty big happening on the Hextech front. I'm pretty excited about it. Like I said, I don't want to give any details right now because nothing is signed, but everything is looking very, very positive, and I should have some more details in the next month or two. It is not blue table painting. Like, legitimately, it is. It's way, way bigger. Does blue table painting still exist? The last I saw of blue table painting was when they fucked up that famous dwarf commission. I can get a little bit more, I might as well. A little more depth ain't gonna hurt. It's not small, and I'm really excited about it. I will say that if you walk into your friendly local game store, there is not only a non-zero chance, but a pretty high chance that you will see a product by them on several shelves. And that's exciting to me because, well, that's kind of on my bucket list, is to walk into a friendly local game store and look over and see, like, my brand and my logo and go, hey, that's me. That's that over there. That's my logo. I mean, then the chicks are really gonna, like, obviously, if you have a box on a shelf from a friendly local game store for terrain that is relating to a mecha game, like, the panties just drop. It's crazy. I will not confirm or deny anything for Gadarung, and I am going to stop talking about it because I'm a little... because I want to just say, but I know I shouldn't right now. It wouldn't really cause any problems, but I just want to make sure that everything is confirmed and finished. It is very exciting, though, and you will get more news on that in the near future. This Mechanic Games! Hello to you as well, Mechanic. Welcome in. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Sumatha. You know how it goes. How you doing, man? Yes, exactly, Full Wild Line, exactly. Like, yeah, well, just send me your bank account so we can confirm the transfer. I really did, at first, like, I genuinely thought, this is bullshit. But the more we've talked, the more apparently legitimate it has become, and now I'm having to actually consider some things about it. It's enough that I am presently working on contacting a lawyer to handle my half of things. Oh, that's exciting, Sumatha. Jim's, Bob's, Minis, and Tripe. Oh, shit, you got me, Prinny. But if it does go through, if it does happen, and I'm going to keep using if, even though it seems pretty certain to me, because the fact is that, again, it's not 100% yet. It's going to represent an increase in potential revenue and exposure for the Thunderhead Studio brand that next year could potentially justify some pretty significant expansion. And that's what I'm most excited about right now, is how much more investment into the brand and into time, materials, art, and support it's going to give me. It's a lot. Just roughing up the surface of my pins a little bit here so that they will take and hold glue better and easier. Yeah, Xander Shade. I've signed contracts here and there with Steel Warrior Studios, with Talon, with Death Ray. Like, we've always made sure everything is on the up and up, but this is something to the scale where, like, I want, like, I now stand to be screwed for a substantial amount of money, so I need to make sure everything is on the up and up. Orbital Friendship Cannon! How you doing today, man? Welcome in. Which printer do you have? I have several Love Minis. Let's start with what kind of printer, FDM or resin? What are you curious about? I don't know, Wildline. Why would you not use pins? What have you been using? A lot of the time I will use paper clips. But these, like, sewing pins are narrower rather, and significantly more rigid, which makes them good for really, really narrow pin jobs. Yeah, Voxel Forge, that's something that I haven't really wanted to... I don't want to shy away from it. It did happen. I'm pretty busted up about it, honestly. Celebrity deaths don't often affect me all that much, but the loss of Kevin Conroy is pretty huge. Well, I'm not just pinning Brigada Rome. I am pinning them, yes, and these ones will be pinned to their bases. But the reason I'm doing this is because these particular models are on stilts, and they're meant to be standing in a swamp. And I want those stilts to be significantly longer and elevate them off the base more. And so I am adding pins so that I can texture down here and pin them into the base and add, like, you know, a good 7 or 8, maybe not 8, maybe like 6 or 7 millimeters to the stilt length. It really is too young. Orbital Friendship Cannon. I will often use paper clips, but paper clips are about 1 millimeter thick, and 1 millimeter is too wide to drill into these stilts. So I went with something narrower. These are about a 0.5 millimeter. Alright, now that that's done, I can actually assemble the rest of the damn mini. Yeah, then I mean, I don't mean to compare. I think that culturally speaking, the loss of Ursula Le Guin is probably a greater loss to humanity than Kevin Conroy, but that's not to say that the loss of Kevin Conroy isn't a pretty big blow. .66 is far too young, but he hasn't been looking good for a while, in fairness. The thing that makes me happy is that, unlike a lot of artists historically, Kevin Conroy got to live through a period of multiple decades in which his body of work is beloved, in which his fans, like, are incredibly outspoken. He got to live through a period of time where people truly appreciated what he brought to their childhoods. A lot of celebrities never get to live through that. Or due to the more isolated nature of society and culture in the past, just were never exposed to their own fandom. Kevin Conroy was. He got to see it. He got to enjoy it. He got to bask in it. He got to talk about his experiences as a gay man at a point when that was not really tolerated as much. He got to talk about how he brought those experiences to his performance as Batman, which I found really interesting, actually. The notion that he was essentially two people. Yeah, he did an interview on this, Roland. You should look it up. But he talked about how he really put his own sort of split, like, this is the me I have to present to the world, and this is the me that I am inside, or this is the me that I am with my friends and my family, into that split between Bruce Wayne and Batman. I think that's why he did it so well, is because he genuinely understood it. Alright, so it says the first attachment point is here. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Does it? And then the second one is over there. Why are these models so complicated? For me, his greatest moment is still in Justice League Unlimited when he sits down with Ace of the Royal Flush Gang. Which, if that is an episode you haven't seen, I don't want to spoil it. If you're wondering what you should watch to get caught up on some of the best of Kevin Conroy, I can strongly recommend, of course, Batman the Animated Series, but I would also recommend the follow-up series Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. He did a lot of excellent, excellent work in that show as well. One of the things that strikes home is that Mark Hamill, when asked if he would voice the Joker for certain projects, would respond immediately by asking if Kevin Conroy is voicing Batman. If the answer was yes, Hamill was basically immediately on board. Yeah, we'll never get them paired up again, and that, like I said, a lot of celebrity deaths don't do all that much to me. They might make me go, okay, that's sad, and that's you know, rest in peace. But this one kind of hits me. Kevin Conroy has been a big part of my youth and my nostalgia. God damn, these models go together well. Look at that. The fold in his pants covers the seam between pieces. Fucking Games Workshop with their amazing sprue making. And that's not hypocritical. Even on this stream, when I've been like, Games Workshop, have I ever criticized the quality of their models? If I have, please cite an example, because I don't believe I have. The Arkham games were also good, yeah. I've heard bad things about the latest... Well, I guess this new one, Arkham Knights, isn't actually a part of that series, is it? Which is weird, because it has, like, part of the same name. That's like the last episode of Justice League Unlimited, Roland, and, of course, also Batman Beyond. No, it doesn't? Okay, yeah, I didn't think it was. Which, again, is a little odd. Oh, wait, it's not Arkham Knights, it's Gotham Knights. That, my brain was doing that wrong. Okay, you're right. It doesn't have part of the same name in it. I'm just an idiot, is the problem that we're having. Alright, then his frontispiece goes on. Let's dry fit that real quick. Common misunderstood. Yeah, it flows off the tongue, doesn't it? This is going to go on here. He has a crazy bamboo helmet, this guy. Kevin Conroy is one of those celebrities that you really just, I've never heard anything bad about any interactions with him. He's not like a secret sex pest, you know? That's always an uncomfortable one. Have I published my stackable terrain anywhere? Mechanic, the STLs are available on Steel Warrior Studios, and I know that he's printing physicals for some bundles right now. Also, that concept is one that is going to be expanded on next year. I'm working with a buddy of mine who works at Games Workshop to expand that concept into some more pieces and some more styles, because I think it has a lot of potential that I haven't really explored quite yet. What glue tool are you using? So this is just a bottle of Model Master liquid cement with a little metal applicator on it. But of course, for styrene, I always do recommend plastic cement rather than super glue, because it chemically bonds the plastic together. You don't need much, either. Absolutely. I'm always happy to give tips. Are you new to the hobby? Is it IT Ronin? I keep wanting to say, like, Itronin, but that can't be right. IT Ronin makes sense to me. The wandering warrior with no shogun. The man with no name. Have degree will travel, so to speak. He was just good people. Cooked food for rescue workers on 9/11 when someone announced that Batman was cooking. Someone called bullshit. Lit up in the room with, I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman. Gotham Knights is the Batman-themed version of the recent Marvel live service train wreck. Yeah, I've been pretty much ignoring it, for the most part. I've heard bad things about it, and... Is it even on PC yet? I think it's just on console, so I don't even really need to worry about it. Dry fit. Always dry fit before you glue. There, that's how it fits. Been in the hobby for a few years, but wasn't familiar with that brand of glue. What, And of course, don't feel pressured to respond to me at any point, IT Ronin, but I just like to chat, you know. What games do you play, out of curiosity? What have you built? Look at this guy. Guess where he's gonna stick that, huh? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I wonder where my fist will go. Print Minis on My Mini Factory released some stackable terrain that seems similar to yours. I mean, it very well may be. It's not like a super complex concept. I'd be surprised if somebody didn't try something similar. But I... As I said, I intend to expand that concept in the next year. Yeah, I want to push the button, but these buttons still don't work, and I still have no explanation for it. It's really frustrating. Damn it. Stupid thing. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click it.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
See, the clips still work, it's just the button that doesn't. It's dumb. Places? What are you asking about? Das Fizzler. I'm not following the thread. I played Warhammer 40k Orcs, but mostly now I'm trying to finish a huge batch of D&D minis. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Thankfully, you shouldn't need as many minis for D&D as you generally do for, like, an army. Particularly, like, I would tell any new player getting into 40k, they're like, what army do you want to try? And like, I'm thinking about orcs, you know? No. Don't do orcs. Jesus Christ. That's like telling somebody they should play Tyranids or Guard. That's... That's like the most expensive and the most raw quantity of models. These days, play like Custodes or something, where it's like, make 20 models and call it a day, just to get started with. Oh, place... Oh, I see. I see what you were responding to. Okay, my bad. Yeah, places. He's gonna stick it someplace. Alright, I gotta put his little shoulder toad on. This is the most adorable little guy. How does he go on? He just goes on like that. That's fucking amazing. There's enough detail here that you don't actually have to put the shoulder toad on. You could leave it, and like his shoulder underneath is sculpted, which is a nice touch. Was just starting as a DM, printed 250 models for a campaign, got some painting to do on Chestus or on Kestis. Tell me which one. 3D printing, like, particularly for things like Dungeons and Dragons, it pleases me to no end that people have access to so many cool things that you can just, you know, dump a liter of resin in your printer and just go. 250 minis isn't even that hard to do. You do go, you know, straight for a week on a Mars 3, you can get that done. It's a lot of processing, but it costs you like 30, 40 bucks maybe? It was an undertaking. So you actually get the army done, IT Ronin? Look at this. Look at this little fucker. This is amazing. Look, he's got a little frog butt. Oh, I love him. And he's got 3 eyes because he's a little Nurgle frog. That's amazing. That's really... I shouldn't be as amused by that as I am, but I just am. Alright, so now goes on his big crazy catcher hook, which it looks like just attaches right to his arm like so. That's easy enough. No, the orcs, yes. It was more a sad version of the Green Wave. How did you like 40k? Now you're doing, it sounds like D&D more now. If 40k is not to your liking, though, we have a lot of people here who play a lot of different games. I'm sure we could recommend you something based on your likes if you're interested. What kind of printer are you running on Kestis? On Chestis? I'm not sure which of those pronunciations is correct. Feel free to let me know. Well, now, here's the thing. If y'all want some mild building tips, I notice as I put this on, the actual attachment point is there on the wrist, but it also contacts elsewhere on his body. So I'm going to put a little bit of extra glue on so that it also attaches slightly to his back. A little extra glue here on the inside of the point. And then if I press that into his back, it'll be connected at 2 points and thus much, much stronger. This is not a necessary step with styrene. Styrene's pretty strong, but I tend to and like to over-engineer things. And if I can make a joint like this stronger than it already is, I'm going to. Oh, I put the glue in the wrong place. I'm a dumbass. I just said measure twice, cut once. Measure twice, glue once in this case. I put the glue way too high, so we're fixing that now. And you see where that spike is? It's also contacting the, like, bamboo armor on his back. So now it's glued at 2 points on the model, and will be significantly stronger. Not that you're likely to ever break these bonds, but, like I said, anything worth doing is worth overdoing. First pronunciation, so on Kestis. I was hoping for that one, honestly. That's a better pronunciation. Like, it really is. Not played since 5th edition. Was Beal-Tan Eldar. The guys I played with always dropped off every time we got into it heavy. Yeah, it's the kind of hobby where people tend to kind of pick it up and drop it off. The good thing about 40k is you can almost always find some new players, you know? Mars 3, and the new Saturn 2. You got one of the Mars 1s? I was an early adopter for the Mars 1. I had one of the Mars 1 V1s that isn't supported anymore. And a Prusa Mark III. Ooh la la, you're doing some pretty serious printing. Yeah, thank you so much, Jacques, for codifying my rules that way. Found Warhammer 40k. Take too long to play out a mission, especially with orcs. Yeah, that's a lot of models, man. Have you tried the skirmish level games like Kill Team or Warcry? These days, I'm much more keen on skirmish level games. You need a model count somewhere in the range of 10 to 20 models instead of, 50 to 100 most of the time. Games go much faster, and the rules tend to be more active, less passive. Alright, so there's our Witherlord put together. I'm going to extend his stilt so he's going to stand up pretty high off the base. But that's basic assembly done for him. That's a pretty cool model. I like his big crazy, catching hook. And of course that adorable little monster toad on his shoulder. That is my favorite fucking thing. I'm gonna hold him here for a second just to let everything set proper. Why am I blowing on it? That literally has no effect on it. To include Infinity for skirmish games. Now, I only just got an Infinity Code 1 box. I have a hard time recommending it to new players, even with the Code 1 rules, even though they're simpler, just because they're metal models, and they're really fiddly with assembly, and they're really difficult to pin. That's unfortunately some kind of high-level model building. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to someone fairly new or who doesn't want to get kind of deep into it. Like, if you love building, go for it. And obviously, the game itself is really very popular. And if you are into, like, Cyberpunk or Standalone Complex or stuff like that, like, yeah, fuck it, go. Play Infinity. Cyberpunk is coming out with a skirmish game that finished their Kickstarter a little while ago called Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone. That seems very, very promising. I'm going to be taking that with me to Adepticon. That's what I'm actually doing these models for here. That could be worth checking out if that's in your wheelhouse. A lot of work, but rewarding when you get into building them. They're definitely very detailed. I'm going to build that box. I'm just going to be irritated by it the whole time that I do it. That's all. I've built and painted plenty of metal models. I can handle it, but I'm going to want to drill and pin them, and it's going to drive me absolutely fucking crazy. Beeslex! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. All right, I'm going to set this fellow down on his front because those holds are going to be slightly stronger. Well, are they? Yeah, they will be stronger. I'm going to put pressure on those rather than the back joints. Let's just set him aside for now. Kind of balance him here, where there isn't much pressure being put on his back rack. Alright, let's do another model. That only took me fucking forever to do. Yeah, the Orion is basically the little brother of the Atlas, and very, very ugly, which is kind of what I love about it. Yeah, we're going with the longer stilts, Wiley Cliff. I think that's going to look pretty cool. Sumitha, I have to be the naysayer in that case, man. You needed somebody who would stand back and go, now don't do too much. I knew that you were always going to do too much, or rather just enough. But it always helps to have someone reminding you to occasionally take a step back. Alright, so I want a bloated one with raker claws. I have multiple options on how to build them. And then I have 2 carrion catchers, so let's do the bloated one. 56, 57, that's a good start. I was complaining about these not being together on the sprue, but once you kind of unfocus your eyes a little bit, it's easy to just scan the numbers. IT Ronan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We have a couple of new people here tonight, and a couple of people who are into hobbying, so I think I will go ahead and mention that we do have an art review segment at the end of every stream that we do here. And it's not like you know, it's really just I encourage everyone to share their work, particularly as it pertains to hobbying, and particularly if you're trying to get better, or even if you just want to show off. Any level of work is absolutely welcome. If you just want to show off, if you'd like some feedback, if you'd like to know what you should be focusing on as you work on building, converting, painting, really anything. We want to see your work. We really do. So if you feel like sharing with us, it's super easy to do. All you gotta do is hop over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can see a link for right there, because Data Nerd was so kind as to put !Discord in chat. Hop over into the Storm Report channel, make sure you check out the rules real quick, and post a picture for us to see. It is 1 per stream. Everybody can post 1 image per stream. And at the end of the stream, starting at about 8:30 my time, which is in about an hour and a half, we'll go through them. We'll take a look at them, and if you want some feedback, we can give it. If you don't, we'll just take a look at your work and see what we like about it. But IT Ronan, if you got some pictures of your orcs, I'd love to see them, man. Oh, God, I just stabbed myself. Oh, and thank you for the reminder to hydrate. I do need that periodically. There's 56. Yeah, bloated one indeed. He's the fat, disgusting looking one. 56. $57, $58. There's $58. There's $57. There's a start. Now we need 62 and 63. Should have a big claw on it. Not this one, this one. Oh yeah, Beeslex, you can always, if you're curious about anything that I make, which is a whole lot of Battletech terrain and increasingly more terrain accessories and bases for other scales and lines, you can find everything I make over at Steel Warrior Studios, both in STL form and quite often in printed bundles. I heard the word claw, and I came running. I need 59 and 60. He's got a little dead fish hanging off his shoulder. And 62, bunch of crazy spikes, because why not? And where's 59? 59, right there. Is that everything? 657, yeah, 58, 63, 62, 60, 59. I think that's all the parts for the bloated one, so let's go ahead and clean them up and assemble them. Yeah, that's not quite spot on, Xandershade, but Sumatha here knows plenty about it. Really what it comes down to is for the initial release of Battletech, Battle Droids, there were a number of legal issues, one of the most prominent being even that name, Battle Droids, because at the time, George Lucas was all about the fact that he had, he copyrighted the word droids, basically. And so they had to change the name. But when they were originally making the game, they licensed several mecha designs from prominent anime at the time, specifically Macross and Fang of the Sun Dugram, as well as Crusher Joe. I feel like there's one from another anime. But they bought that license from people that they thought held it, and it turned out later on they actually didn't. So they paid for the license, and they used the visual designs, and they renamed the mechs, and they put them in their game, and then years later, Harmony Gold comes along and says, actually, you don't own the rights to those designs, and thus began the legal woes of Battletech. Well, thus continued the legal woes of Battletech, technically. So the unseen designs are those original designs that come from other sources that weren't actually licensed to them in the beginning. Your Shadowhawk, Wolverine, Thunderbolt, Battlemaster, Griffin are all from Fang of the Sun Dugram. I couldn't say the specifics in Ash's Workshop. I wouldn't be confident giving you the specifics offhand. I would have to look it up. It was complicated, though. The Locust was from Crusher Joe. The Warhammer Longbow, Stinger, Phoenix Hawk. Stone Rhino? And a few others. Rifleman, thank you. Wasp, yes. Are from Macross. Also known as Robotech. I'm sure I'm missing a few in there. But those are what you call the unseen designs. All the unseen designs from Fang of the Sun Dugram, I'm a huge fan of, and you can actually find 3D printable sculpts of those on my Thingiverse available for free. So if you want to print yourself out some unseen classics, check that out. Locust, Samurai, and Leopard are all from Crusher Joe. I never saw Crusher Joe. The only one I knew for sure was Locust. Marauder, thank you. Yeah, Marauder and Ost Scout. Because the Marauder and the Ost Scout were the Zentradi battle pods from Macross. I think it also, just like at the time, international licensing like that was not as common as it is now. So I'd imagine there was much more legal gray area in international licensing law in general. And it just did not work out in the favor of the Battletech IP holders, unfortunately. That's also why people always ask the question, why does the Shadowhawk suck so much? Well, it's because they were working backwards from pre-existing visual designs. The mechs already had those weapons on them in the art, and they were like, what could those weapons be? I don't know. That one's a laser. That one's, I guess, an autocannon. That one's an LRM-5. It's got these extra little things on its head. Make that an SRM-2 so it matches up with the art, and it's just this awful spread of weapons. People can come up with in-universe lore reasons that the Shadowhawk is such a jackass of all trades, but in truth, it's because they were just assigning weapons to pre-existing hardpoints. It is. I actually like that, Mafik, that the big robots in Macross were developed because we were fighting space giants and because it put us more at their level. It made sense to have a big humanoid fighting machine because we were fighting giant humanoids. Yeah, that's true, Sumitha. Like I said, it's all a big, nasty legal mess. And it sucks that it happened to such a cool property. I know there are a lot of rules for modifying autocannons to make them into decent weapons, balanced with some parity with lasers and whatnot. Yeah, Mafik. They're actually medium lasers in Battletech, but smoke launchers in Dougram. It's the same thing for the Bigfoot / Battlemaster. He has smoke launchers on his shoulders, and they were like, oh, those are lasers now. This is a whole can of worms, and you know it, Sumitha. You really want to open it? No, but you can avoid being blown up. Actually, really, really useful in actual combat, but not as useful in Battletech, so I guess it makes sense. Hey, I will not hear you talking shit about the badass Adidas tracksuits that the Bigfoots were rocking up in the Kalnock Mountains, Mafik. I do intend to release some Bigfoot sculpts with the thermal suits on. I haven't had time to do that project. Alright, let's build this guy. He does not have stilts, so I don't have to do any drilling on him. Yeah, I think double heat sinks are one of the worst fucking ideas in the history of Battletech, but, you know, maybe that's just me. Now, a little bit of a trick when you're using plastic cement and you have a seam like this one, where these two pieces meet, use a little bit of extra glue and you see how it squishes out of there? Just let that happen. Because all this is going to just sort of turn into plastic. You can kind of wipe away some of the excess. If it leaves a little rough surface, don't worry about it. You can come in and sand it and scrape it smooth later. But go ahead and press them together and let the extra actually set in there. And it will gap fill the model. Certainly well enough for some cargo cult nurglings. Then the upper part of his body goes on. Let's dry fit that real quick. They go full Polish in the Bigfoots. They were wearing thermal suits. It was cold. They were doing hit and run strikes. They had to keep moving. They did look like they should be squatting outside of cheap bars drinking skunk beer. That's a good idea, Sumitha. I'm too lazy for that, but it is a good idea. I applaud your ingenuity. Alright, and then big ol' arm claw goes on. Where do we connect? Here? Where does that piece go? Okay, under here. We can make that work. Ooh, I'm Sumitha. I'm full of good ideas. Everybody look at me. It's not even an insult, really. Yes, yes, thank you, Mafik. You're actually absolutely correct. The Goliath and the Scorpion are also both from Dougram. And there are several designs from Dougram that they didn't end up using in Battletech as well. Alright, I'm going to need to hold it in this position for just a little bit. Ever painted a model before assembling? How you doing, Terembaria? It's good to see you. I have tried it. I don't like it. I see some people out there who will like paint things on the sprue and then cut them and assemble them. I have a few reasons I don't like it. It adds a lot of time to painting the model, obviously. One of my biggest problems with it, honestly, is that if you paint parts before assembly, even if you paint in sub-assemblies, you can kind of lose the whole overall flow of the model, and it makes color composition very difficult. I also operate on the assumption that if I can't reach it with a brush, you're probably not going to be able to see it on the table. So I generally shy away from that. There are some people who swear by it, some people who prefer to do it. If you're wondering about it, honestly, I would just try it with a model that you don't care that much about. Try painting it before assembling it. See how you like the process. Because there's no wrong way to do this. There's just the way that works for you. So try everything, take what works, and leave what doesn't. Oh, the spikies goes on his head like a sweet hat. Holy shit. So it does. I didn't realize this goes on his fucking head, but okay. Also, remember when using plastic cement, less is more. You really don't need a lot. You'll kind of learn as you use it how much is too much. Like, honestly, that's too much. I'm going to pull some off with my finger like the savage that I am. To Square, hitting that 23-month mark. To Square, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your resub. But mostly, thank you for being here. It's wonderful to see you tonight, To Square. Look at this fucking hat. I mean, I guess it's probably just his head, but still, Jesus. Oh, IT Ronan, you always catching me slouching. I'm trying to do better with my posture. I'm actually going in to see a chiropractor on Monday to, like, actually help with my posture, because I'm sitting too much these days. Custom painted gunplay kit with Musu Black primary color. Only ever do sub-assembly painting as a spot where it's going to be hard to cleanly paint after assembly. It's obviously going to be very visible. It's different with gunplay kits. Those, I understand the pre-assembly, or the painting before assembly, because, yeah, it can be really hard to reach places, and they're supposed to move. If you want to, like, be able to pose them after assembly, yeah, you want the sub-assemble paint. If you want them to be in a single pose, I would paint after assembly. You can only sleep on your left side without actually telling me you can only sleep on your left side. Yeah, that's a little upsetting that it's that obvious. Alright, I'm going to set this guy down for a second because I have to connect these two parts and then those two parts to him. These models are so fucking complicated. Oh. Yeah, him too. I was wondering how you knew that. Like, I do only sleep on my left side, and that's, like, weird. I was like, how the fuck did he glean that? And really all I did was give myself away when you were talking about something totally different, so, you know. Awesome. Alright, let me see. This goes up. And then this attaches here. Somehow. I don't fully understand. But this is why we dry fit. Somehow these edges go together. Oh, maybe like this. Yeah. The vine covers the seam. Yep, that's how it goes. Damn, that's clever. Okay. And goes over his rippling, plague-riddled bicep. Which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but, you know, oh well. I literally just had it dry fit perfectly. Why can't I do it now? There we go. No? There we go. Okay. Ah, yes, a cape glued into his armpit. That seems comfortable. Sumitha totally doesn't live inside your walls. Why would anyone even suggest such a strange thing? Since Hexbase has no peg, should I use super glue on the legs of the minis? For Battletech minis, Mafik, I'll usually, for any mini usually, I'll use super glue to attach them to their bases. I'll never use anything more permanent than that because two reasons. One, I sometimes rebase and repaint my minis, so I like to be able to actually remove them without having to damage the mini. Two, eventually I'm going to drop my mini. And if all the glue job on the mini itself is like really, really sound, it's not going to come apart. So you need a failure point somewhere in there, because ultimately something's going to give. And if I want any point to give, it's going to be the joint between the model and the base. It can relieve some of the stress on the rest of the figure when it hits the floor. Totally not, Sumitha. Had a visit from Boston Microfabrication at work today. Have a DLP resin printer capable of accurate prints down to 25 microns with 2 to 10 micron layers. We had, somebody just asked me about what printers I have, and then I think I asked them what printers they have instead of actually answering the question. I'm sorry about that. I just realized that happened like probably 20 minutes ago. I apologize if I didn't answer your question. Please feel free to ask it again. I do have several printers. I have I run 2 Elegoo Neptune 2s, I run 1 Sunlu S8, and then I run an Elegoo Mars 2 and an Elegoo Mars 3. How far up does this go? Man, he's really reaching across. Okay. I see. Yowza. Let's get some glue in there. That is troubling to square. Do it. Do it. You won't. Ah, Orc color theory. Ain't it grand? These are really nice models. A bit of a pain in the ass to assemble, but I mean, shit, look at this guy. So pointy. Alright, hey, that's my 2 most expensive models done. Let's do another one. Excuses to square. Ah, yes, in the words of Shia LaBeouf, just do it. All right. Now we can turn the page. And we want to build 2 carrion catchers. All right, chat. We're gonna make some decisions. You ready to make some decisions with me? So there are 2 carrion catchers in this box. You can see both of the designs here with their alternate weapons. They can either have the Snatcher Hook or the Impaler. I want to make one with the Snatcher Hook and one with the Impaler. So here's the question, chat. Which pose with each one? Because I have the 2 poses, and one's going to have one weapon and one's going to have the other weapon. The inner 2, I'm kind of thinking this guy too. I like the hook hanging down off his shoulder. Yeah, they do pretty good manuals now, actually, to square. Yeah, I'm thinking the inner 2. I think these are the 2 we're gonna do. He just looks extra badass with the hook hanging down here. Also, it extends further off the base than this one does. So limiting him more to his base, I think, is a smart idea. Alright. These guys also have stilts, so I'm going to have to do some work with their leggy legs. Start with 43 and 44. Here's 43. And here's 44. They're getting the longer stilts also. I love the stilt idea for moving through a toxic swamp, but they're just like, they're so short. They might as well not even be there. Paint bottle question. Is there anything special I can do to stop my dropper bottle from drying up and barfing out a ton of paint when I need it? I currently use a needle to poke past the blockage. So, that is a somewhat common issue. That's still what I do, honestly. Maybe somebody in chat has a better solution, but I will still go ahead and just clear the neck of my dropper bottle with a needle if it has sat for too long. I don't know that there's any... I always store mine with the neck facing up. I think storing it with the neck facing down would be worse. But if anybody has any ideas for that, please feel free to post them in chat. That is sort of a weakness of the dropper bottle. It's one of the things that I like about the Pro Acryl dropper bottles is they have a little twisty and they don't suffer from that as much, but Reaper sells Poke Tools specifically for that task. I mean, there you go. Yeah, if there is an easy way to prevent that, I haven't found it yet. 45 and 48, okay. Not on here? Now, I store mine on my side, but I still have that issue, Sumitha, which is why I can't recommend that as a solution. There's 45. Now, if you, it can help to go ahead and drop some stainless steel agitators into your bottles. That helps with shaking them to keep it from, to keep the paint in the bottom from congealing too much and to really help mix it better.
Now those are the new $50 Games Workshop clippers. You know it, bro. Only the best in Citadel tech for Thunderhead Studio.
No, these came free with my fucking... I buy, at this point, like, if I need a new pair of clippers, I buy a new 3D printer. That's just how I handle it. Because they all fucking come with one. It's 24. 8. It can't be right. A 48. Looks like this. It looks like this, but neither of these are it. What am I missing? Yeah, these are the Elegoo $250 clippers that just, yeah, they come with a free 3D printer. That's pretty standard, IT Ronin. I do like me some dropper bottles. As long as you're not riding the... Oh, there it is. As long as you're not riding the Citadel paint pot train. That train is going nowhere. I hate those fucking paint pots. Okay. That all comes together, and then for his weapon, we're looking for a 46. Is that it? Yeah, 46, this big one. I agree, fuck paint. Well, don't fuck paint pots. That's, I promise you that would be an unpleasant experience for everybody, but don't buy them. With the notable exception of the Citadel dry brush compounds. That's the only thing that makes sense in a pot to me.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. I promise you it's not necessary. Oh, I need to pull a skull off this guy's stilt and extend it. So let's do that. Have a wall of paint in my spot. Pots and bottles. Have you got like a paint rack going on? Ever since I started 3D printing, I print all that shit for myself. No, Prinny. You know we make an exception for you. Just to clarify, that is a joke. There are no exceptions. Please don't show me your genitalia. Right, and the other leg. Mask of the... You know, that's a good idea to square. That's actually a really good idea. First of all, it's a great fucking movie. Maybe we could do Mask of the Phantasm and Return of the Joker. Oh, you could post that to the Storm Report if you would like it to be seen on stream, IT Ronan. We take all kinds of posts there. Alternatively, there are a whole series of channels. We do try to keep them relatively contained, but I would think miniature painting discussion. If you scroll down a little bit, you'll see that channel. That's a good spot for anything painting related. Return of the Joker is fantastic. Also has a great fucking soundtrack. Why you gotta ask me that, Brenny? Why you gotta ask me that with Sumitha sitting right here? What? I really should have by now. Oh, God. I know. But no, I haven't yet. He literally gave it to me on DVD. I am a giant asshole. Yeah, I know. Oh, God, here we go. Oh, shit. You know what? I'll make an effort. By the end of the holidays, I will have watched both, Sumitha. That is a Thunderhead guarantee. Because it's frankly fucking ridiculous that I haven't yet. And I acknowledge that. Alright, drive our little pilot. Try to get that as close to center as possible. Now here's a question. I normally don't do Games Workshop stuff on this stream. I am planning on doing the Marco Frazzoni speed painting method on these. And trying to get them done very quickly. And I could do a stream on that if you're interested. I might just ask people. If you're interested in seeing how it works, I could do a stream on it. Or we can stick to our usual policy of not painting GW. We've got plenty of painting to occupy our streaming time, trust me. It's a common sentiment, Sumitha. Why watch something good when Thunderhead can just watch Neil Breen again? He's working on a new movie right now, you guys. We're gonna get more Neil Breen. That's incredibly exciting. Oh, yeah, Sumitha, that is a... that's a good point, actually. I do have the models for that diorama now, thanks to somebody. You're so close, Asbury. I'm not drilling barrels this time, though. I'm not going to tell you what they are. I'll let you guess. Why? Why won't you focus on the thing that... obviously here. Obviously here's where I want your focus camera. Thank you. Awesome, IT Ronan. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Jay Schaefer. My man, how you doing? Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Wonderful to see you in chat. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much for your support. But more than anything, thank you for showing up tonight, man. How you been? Gladly. Gladly to Square. I straight up donated money to Neil Breen. I did. I've considered buying his $300 film course. Not because I think I'll get anything out of it, but just to give him money to make more movies. Tobean Lord, welcome in. How you doing tonight, man? Yeah, right there. Twist that vice. Yeah, oh, that's the spot. Get in there, nice and deep like. deep am I, by the way? Good question. I should find out. Nearly to the end of the threads. Right about there. That's pretty good. It's going up into his leg, yeah. Alright, let's do the next one. This is a tedious process, but it's going to pay off on the final model when these stilted models are standing a lot taller than the other ones. Finally getting over being sick, hopefully. Hopefully nothing serious, Tobin Lord. Glad to hear you're at least starting to feel better, though. I unironically enjoy Neil Breen's work. Actually, is that true? Is it technically ironic? Maybe it is technically in an ironic sense that I enjoy his work. Because he is a fucking terrible filmmaker. But he's terrible in such a way that it's actually fascinating. I think the real problem is that film has rendered me nearly dead inside, and Neil Breen's work, as awful as it does make me feel something, even if that feeling is horrible confusion. And, I don't know, I respect that. In a way. How you doing tonight, Asri? I hate popular things so intensely that I've overcorrected and now I'm a fan of Neil Breen. This is what can happen, kids. Don't be too edgy, or you too will end up unironically enjoying Neil Breen movies. Don't be like me. Neil Breen, not even once. New book comes out tomorrow. Nice. Ogre Monster Trucks. Exciting. I have not. I have not, Sumitha. We should. We should do Mask of the Phantasm and probably Return to the Joker this month. I was thinking of extending Halloween and doing November as like a Stuart Gordon month and doing like Reanimator and From Beyond, just because I like really want to upset some people. But it's probably a memorial to Kevin Conroy would be nicer for everyone. Part of me at this point just looks for movies that Kursala hasn't seen yet, which is most of them, and wants to play those. It does. It does. It confuses me. The best way that I can put watching a Neil Breen movie... Have you seen those videos on YouTube where they take, like, a little dog, and they hold the little dog over a bathtub? And the dog's brain is just like, it just kicks in. I'm over water, so I'm swimming. And the legs start going like it's swimming, but they never touch the water. That's what Neil Breen does to my brain. It's like I'm watching a movie. It's close enough that my brain tries to engage with it, tries to put together the plot, tries to assess the themes, tries to get into the act structure. But it's not a real movie. And all it really does is just upset me in the end. And that, apparently, is worthy of my time. Flash! Ah! Savior of the universe! If we were going to do Brian Blessed, it would be Flash Gordon, and then I'd probably dig out an old episode of Space 1999. Because there's one he's in that I actually really like. Should be painting a gift exchange mini. Need to prime, and it's currently raining. Yeah, that'll definitely hamper priming. Better off waiting until it's less humid so you don't get a fuzzy prime job. Well, oh, Coral, we're thinking about doing a Kevin Conroy night. And probably watching, like, Batman Mask of the Phantasm and maybe Batman Beyond Return of the Joker. What with today's events and all. There will be only 1 month in which Kevin Conroy leaves us, and we should mark it. I guess we could do Mask of the Phantasm and Flash Gordon. I wouldn't be opposed to that. There's a proper use of the word. I do unironically enjoy Flash Gordon. That movie's a lot of fun. I'll watch that whole movie just for that one really awkward shot where the character Dale, like when Flash is beating up all the guards with football, and she's like doing like a cheerleader thing, being like, "Go Flash, go! Go Flash, go!" And she's clapping her hands in such a way, like using her elbows and coming out and doing this like arm flapping clap thing that's like, it's like watching an alien who has heard of clapping but has never actually done it. I don't know how she did it quite that way. It's so unnatural. That's what we've been talking about, Mafik. That's Kevin Conroy. Oh, come on. That's a great scene, oh, Coral. That's a great scene. They bring the guards all together with what's his name? With Clytus. He's like, he's doing some kind of primitive game. You must overcome him. And they're like trying to play football back at him. And there's like some midgets with a golden egg or something. That's a fucking weird scene. Actually, the more I talk about it, I'm kind of talking myself out of it. Hey, Graham, how you doing, man? Oh, I'm sorry, Asri. That's terrible. It has some good Timothy Dalton in it. Thank you. Yes, Gray Mail, that's exactly it. Yeah, now match him. Like this. And he, like, shows them how to stand. It's so stupid. I like how Ming the Merciless's Weather Dominator machine has a button for Hot Hail. What is Hot Hail? Wouldn't that just be rain? It just says Hot Hail. That's what it says on the button, and he pushes it, and Hot Hail apparently falls from the sky. Let's get a couple more pins here. But that wouldn't be hail in that case, Grey Mail. That could explain it, Shock. It was a very poor decision on her part either way. Whatever she was trying to do, it didn't play. Hot hails when the deep fryer explodes and rains nuggets from on high. Not my nuggies! Well, I mean, the real tragedy there is the source of the hot hail. Ice chunks dipped in alcohol and lit on fire. But again, by the time that hit the ground, that would just be rain. Boozy rain. like basketball-sized ones, so that by the time they get to us, they're still like marble-sized. I fucking love, in that movie, I love rocket ship Ajax. The rocket that they hijack from the Mingo military at the end, that the Hawkmen attack in. I fucking love the design of rocket ship Ajax. And I saw a model kit of it a number of years ago. I didn't get it, but it was briefly on sale in a limited run from somebody who made it and cast it in resin. And I honestly wish I'd gotten my hands on it. It's just covered in sea rust. Where'd my super glue go? There it is. Alright. Let's put these pins into his little footsies. And then we can glue him together. My machine would totally have a setting for Boozy Rain. That's your machine, though, not Max von Sydow's machine. IT Ronan, thank you for the reminder. It's wonderful to me. It's wonderful to me that so many people in this chat have clearly, genuinely seen Flash Gordon. Far too often I'm the only person in the room who's like, no, really, it's awesome. They're like, yeah, okay, guy. Whatever. Yeah, it sounds great. Flying blind on a rocket cycle, sure. No, Father, not the boar worms. I was about to say, like, if nothing else, watch it for the amazing scene where an intergalactic warlord played by Max von Sydow has his daughter sex tortured with boar worms. I'm selling this movie so well right now. I like the scene in the in Timothy Dalton's encampment when they're doing that terrible rite of passage where they have to stick their hand into the stump with the death scorpion in it. And first of all, that is an awful rite of passage because there's nothing skill based about it. It's just stick your hand in the hole, and if you pick the wrong hole, you're gonna get stung and you're gonna die. It's completely random chance. So, awful idea. But my favorite thing about the scene is when Flash pretends to be stung, and then Timothy Dalton comes over to him, and the amazing line right there where he goes, "Tricked you, Volton," and just knocks him over. Oh yeah, that does happen too, doesn't it? Do you agree to take her as your lawfully wedded empress of the hour? Of the hour? Yes. What is it? And to love her and to hold her, and not to blast her into space until such time as you deem fit. It's a wonderful wedding vow. If the time should ever come that I write another set of wedding vows, I'm going to include that. And not to blast her into space. Alright, what do I got next? What the fuck are these things? Look like fireworks? Maybe it's... Oh, no, I know what it is. It's a blowgun and a little thing of poison darts. That's what this is. Focus. fuck yous. And this goes here-ish, I guess? Yeah, seems like. Why for a model so complicated? Yeah, that fits well. Once you figure out where it goes, it all does. It all comes together nice. Hocus Pocus! Didn't they just make a sequel to that movie? Or released on, like, Halloween or some crap. Given the number of times that Sarah Jessica Parker has had people really unkindly compare her to a horse, do you think she regrets starting that joke herself in the movie Ed Wood? Because as far as I've been able to tell, that's the first time I ever saw her called a horse face, and it was literally her doing it. In a joke. I guess it's possible she was called that before and she was just getting on top of the joke. That only relates because it took me years to realize that the hot witch in Hocus Pocus was Sarah Jessica Parker. Okay, now his face, and then his murder pole. Dry fit. Yeah, okie dokie. Wait, is that a thing that happened? People protested Hocus Pocus? That doesn't seem right. Like, maybe in the 90s, because we were still in the midst of the whole, like, anti-D&D satanic panic thing. Hadn't been, like, that long since mazes and monsters and shit. But now, I have a hard time believing that. At least outside of maybe just, like, one loony. Because that's just silly. Actually gonna put some extra glue in here to gap fill. Why, hello, fly, landing on my hand, you bold little fucker. Why? What? Like, I'm gonna glue you into a model. Just one Texas woman. Okay, yeah, that is significantly fewer than a bunch of people. That's not even technically people, that's person. Everybody thinks it's fake and innocent. They could be casting any type of spell they want to. Anything could be coming through the TV screen into your home. Man, that ship sailed a long time ago. I don't know how to tell you this. Dr. Rhino. How you doing today, man? How was your stream, my man? You just got done, huh? Look at what I'm doing, Dr. Rhino. Look at what I'm doing just for you. Well, not just for you, but partially for you. These are the guys you're going to be fighting when we get down to some Warcry.
I'll lay at the foot of the rhino.
Oh god, now we're going to start like prophecies and shit. This is getting out of control.
And yea, he is pleased. For the rhino did come into the stream, and he did witness the capitulation of Thunderhead as he glued together the models of the workshop of games, sacrificing dignity, money, and pride, that he might roll dice with the rhino, and the rhino did dip his horn to indicate his pleasure, and it was good.
Alright, I think we can get the other one done. Try to phone stream, good god. Good god! Also, Valendar the Red, good to see you, man. Welcome in. There's always salty tears. I'm salty as fuck. 850. We got a half hour. I'm gonna get as much done as I can in that amount of time. Either way, I've made it through the worst assemblies here. If I can drill these stilts, then that is absolutely the worst of it. 49, 50, 51, 52. That's easy. I'm going to try the Marco Frazzoni speed painting method on these guys, because he did a really good job with it, and I think I can modify the color palette and do something with the paints that I already have. Here's 52. There's 51. Fewer parts on the sprue, the easier they are to find. Just got back from a free meal for Veterans Day where I saw something that was both awesome and an indictment of the current system, specifically tipping. Do tell. And for what it's worth, yeah, I kind of hate tipping culture. Need A54, that's this one here with the hook. Had some amazing barbecue today. Dried catfish, rib tips, fried okra, and some fries. Ooh, that does sound delicious. That does sound delicious. I had a pretty sweet ass chimichanga today. We got a little Mexican joint in town called the Happy Burrito, where they will serve you a burrito with fries in it. It's not what I had, but it's on the menu. As confusing as that is. Alright, this is all the parts. Let us do the foots. When I was a kid, I was a dick when it came to tipping. I was a smart mouth little prick. I had this whole attitude about me of like, oh, I only tip for really good service, because I had no understanding, really, of the wages that waiters were paid for the type of work that they do, or that their, not the salary, but their wages were essentially dependent on tips to make sense of their job. Local little spot called Taco Bell. No, I only do that when it's late at night and they're the only ones open. It really is true, Sumatha. It really is. It's hard to know anything without some perspective. I look back on that time of my life with a measure of shame. Right next to me was a table of younger mid-30s vets. As they left, one of them glanced back at the table, frowned, threw another couple bills on the table. As I paid a couple minutes later, the busser was clearing their table and tapped the waitress on the shoulder and pointed. She picked up the tip and did a double take, then gasped, held her mouth, and almost dropped the tip. Tipped her somewhere north of $200 for 4 free meals. That is... First of all, I'm glad that the guy noticed. And that his response was, there are a few ways you could handle that. I don't think shaming your friends is the answer. He just took it upon himself to go ahead and make waiting that table worth her time and effort. That is nice. Little hope for humanity there. I've tipped badly once. It was a statement tip 15 minutes before you get a drink order with only 3 other groups in the restaurant. Half a penny. I have done that before when someone was... Well, okay. I was about to defend myself by saying the time that I did that, the waiter tried to start a fist fight with me, okay? I think that I was justified. I don't know. I don't know that he kept his job that night. He was clearly having a bad night, but bad night or not, you probably shouldn't, like, verbally insult your customers and then tell them to meet you outside. And yeah, he got a humiliatingly small tip. But again, I feel that I was justified in that situation. Well, the service was terrible up to that point. That was before he tried to fight me. All right, let's mark and drill. Where's that streamers I can beat in a fist fight tier list someone made? I'm sure you barely remember, Rhino, since you were the only person who distributed it. I appreciated that Skelebi was as high on that list as she was, because I don't think that girl knows karate, but I think she might know crazy. I mean, you know, twist my arm, Rhino. I don't think that sounds like that bad a time. Please don't tell her I said that. IT Ronan, thank you for the reminder. Oh, let me have a little drinky too. Dude, Witty, her fucking shoulders lately are like just straight cock diesel. They're fucking ridiculous. I think I could probably still beat her at arm wrestling, but it wouldn't be easy at this point. Oh my god. Basically, tabletop coming in. Basically tabletop. You know how it is. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Dude, go fucking... You've been streaming, Rhino. Go get your relaxation on, my man. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Basically Tabletop. How was your stream? What were you working on? Absolutely, Nash's Workshop. Dude, you have a good night. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Reed. What's up, Cyborg Stare? Welcome in, Raiders. I think I did this one a little crooked, and I don't want to go too much deeper because I'm going to wind up drilling out the side. That's as deep as I'm going to go. Requested raid tonight, so now I am here bringing some chaos with me. That's appropriate. That's appropriate, because we're building the Rotmire Creed right now, who I have described previously as a cargo cult of chaos, which is pretty much what they are. Stream was good, finished up a White Scars Blade Guard veteran, basically tabletop. If you feel like sharing with us here at Thunderhead Studio. Also, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people over. We have an art share segment at the end of every single stream, and I would, if you got some pictures, it doesn't have to be what you just worked on. If you have some others that you'd like to share, some you finished, some that are work in progress, anything you're proud of, anything you're like, what can I do with this a little bit more? It's real easy to do. Anybody who wants to post in the Storm Report, wants to have their stuff seen here on the stream, maybe talked about a little bit. All you have to do is hop to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by putting !Discord in chat, or clicking the little button down there below my face. Jump on into the channel marked The Storm Report and post a picture of what you got. I'd love to see it. I think it's important. It's important that we share our work, that we share our art. If one of his brethren that's had proper pictures taken, proper pictures are quite welcome. I'd love to see it if you felt like posting it. We're going to be starting the Storm Report in about 20 minutes. Answering chat questions before they even pop up on the screen. Oh, that's because I'm from the future, Cyborg Stare. Yeah. Not like usefully so, like seconds in the future. It's really hard to leverage that. I ain't winning any bets, you know? And make a killing in MMA. It's a very niche skill that I have. Plus, it's frowned on to kill people in MMA, I think. I think these models are going to look cool when they're done. The extended stilts are really going to do a lot for them. I mean, look at how short this stilt is. Like, it's barely on the fucking model. Making it longer just makes sense. I mean, that's just honest. Because the alternatives are mostly illegal, damn it. Oh, no worries, Basically Tabletop. You're looking for the Storm Report. Yeah, see, that's starting to come through the back of his heel, so I'm going to stop it there. Alright, let's do a little bit more clipping and gluing. Ow, I stabbed myself. Oh well, it went into my finger, it didn't fly off into nowhere, so that's something. Oh, I did it again. I'm not a stooge, but I am a schlemiel and oftentimes a schlemazel at the same time. For those of you unfamiliar with certain Yiddish phrases, a schlemiel is the guy who spills soup at a fancy party, and a schlemazel is the guy that he spills soup on. Thought that was the nickname for Laverne and Shirley. I mean, good catch. It is in the theme song. It is in the theme song for Laverne and Shirley. But it has a much broader use. Or not that broad. It's pretty specific. Where'd my glue go? There it is. Give us any chance, we'll take it. Give us any rule, we'll break it. We're gonna make our dreams come true. Doing it our way. Ah, shit. Oh, man. Ah, hell. That's a real brain bomb, isn't it? It's okay, Sumitha. I don't want to get too specific and any more than necessary reveal how old I am. In my defense, it's still a bit before my time. It's just something I happen to have been exposed to. Look, I like old television shows, okay? Right, we're getting close. I think, yeah, we got 15 minutes. I'm gonna finish gluing this guy together. I'm gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna do the storm report. So it will be starting a little bit after 8:30. You probably have a few extra minutes if you are still working on getting a post in. Leaf painting. The man, the myth, the adorable waving Sparky emote. How you doing today? Leaf, look what I'm doing. Leaf, look what I'm doing. They're Games Workshop models, Leaf. Ah! Exactly. Exactly my point. Yeah, once or twice, huh? And that Gazgul still blows my fucking mind when I look at it, bro. Good models. It's the games I can't figure out. In fairness, a lot of them are terrible. Warcry seems pretty good. I haven't had a chance for a full game of it yet, but I'm sold enough on the concept and the models that I picked it up so I could play it over Thanksgiving and at Adepticon. Hold on, I'm missing a part for this guy. 55, I am missing a part. I was like, where's his face? There it is. Necromunda is, for me, a bit too dense. Kill Team is kind of spot on. Same for Warcry. Necromunda gets pretty granular, though. You say that until it happens. And then it's like, oh. I paid points for this, and it blew up 2 of my guys. Yeah, it's more role-play-ish than it is competitive. It's definitely something that I would play sooner than I would play full-scale 40k at this point. Their skirmish-level games are much more balanced. And, in my opinion, generally more fun. Alright, let's put this fool together now. Starting here. Gluing on his leg and then his little luau skirt. I didn't dry fit it first. Hopefully that won't bite me in the ass. Also sort of Battletech curious. Ooh. Battletech curious. That's a great phrase. I love that. I hear that a game of Armored Combat is a pretty simple game overall. Lots of stuff to keep track of per mech, but not a billion esoteric rules. Oh, Leaf. Ooh. Well, I guess the most important thing I can say is that Battletech, classic Battletech, it is different. In that it can be relatively simple, or it can be very complex, because the style of game that it is, I would describe it as being a la carte. You can play a relatively simple version of it, or you can add rules to it until it becomes really, really complicated. The good news is that it's not an expensive game to buy into and try. Don't let me kill your curiosity. I love Battletech. I've been playing Battletech since I was a little kid. I still play Battletech now. I love Battletech. I would say, if you're going to play classic Battletech, though, don't go any higher than Lance vs. Lance, like 4 mechs on each side fighting each other. I would start with 1 mech versus 1 mech and go from there. It is all optional. It is all optional. You can make it as complex as you want. And yeah, cheap is a big benefit. Yeah, if you're interested more in the more granular classic Battletech than like Alpha Strike with all playing with, you know, like tanks and infantry and VTOLs and stuff like that, yeah, I would honestly recommend picking up the starter box, because it just has 2 mech models and then some paper standees, and it has like a simplified version of the basic rules. And play that and see if you like it. And if you're like, I could go for more of this, then pick up a game of Armored Combat and expand your models and rules a little bit, and from there you'll pretty much know what direction you want to expand in. Leaf, when did these fucking Games Workshop models get so complicated? There's another 2-parter. I'm attaching it extra at his shoulder where it crosses over, so that it'll just be an overall stronger assembly. Not really worried about it breaking anyway, but anything worth doing is worth overdoing. nearly there. We're nearly there. Maybe I can succeed in skeezing a box off the vendors this year. I like the cut of your jib leaf. I do. I like it. Noble Knight has the Battletech beginner box for $21.95 right now. There you go. It's not bad at all. It really is a fucking cheap game to get into. Like, even buying all the official stuff, you're just not going to spend that much money. Not for someone like you who's used to buying Games Workshop products, my man. There we go. There are our two carrion catchers. And thankfully the rest of the models are simpler and no more have stilts, so I don't have to do the foot drilling anymore. What's it gonna take for a guy to get a hold of a timber wolf? The miniature too. Oh, don't be like, don't get into Battletech and immediately become a clan kid. Start in 3025 in the inner sphere with us erudite mech gentlemen. Gentle mechs, if you will. I really do like this guy's fucking crazy ass fish hook. Oh god. I'm sorry. You know what? No. I take it back. The game is super complicated. It's really difficult to play. You'll never find any partners. It's like way crazy expensive once you get into it. All the costs are hidden. It won't be obvious if you just look at the price tags. You probably don't want to play it. It would just be a headache for everyone involved. I'm gonna hold this guy for just a minute to let these parts set more before I set him down. I think he can rest on his arm pretty comfortably, but I just want to give it at least 30 seconds before I actually put any weight on that joint. Chat's always against me. What's up, NetJammer? How you doing? NetJam Jr., rather. Whatever. Have any tips for making metallic gold look better? I painted a crown on Fem Magnus, and it looks really flat. So, okay, there are a few techniques you can use to make your gold pop. There are more complex ones, and there are simpler ones. If the problem that you're having is that you're painting gold and it's just looking flat, your basic approach, honestly, is going to be either dry brushing it lightly with silver and then washing it with like a sepia or a soft yellow brown, or doing it the other way around. Like, the basic step would be giving it the soft yellow brown sepia wash. That's going to bring some depth out of your gold. The next step would then be adding in the dry brush of silver to really give a little bit of shine to the edges. You can do it before or after. It really just depends on how you prefer to do it. As long as you do both of them, it should look pretty nice. If you want to get more complicated with your gold, then you're going to start doing things like working in purple washes to the depths. I would start with the soft brown and the silver dry brush, because between those two, you'll be on your way to working up a good metallic gold. Oh, don't buy them on Etsy. Half those guys are assholes that sell free files for money. Absolutely, NetJam. I hope that is helpful. All right, folks, I am going to take a short break. I'm going to hit the head. I'm going to take a walk. I'm going to grab some more to drink. We got 4 of these complex fucking models built, and all of the ones with stilts drilled. That's good enough for me. Did I show you, by the way? I don't know if I showed you. This is the fucking terrain that comes in the box. Why for unfocus on my face? What are you doing? What the hell? Camera. What's wrong with you? Hold on. Focus. There we go. That's the ticket. But yeah, I just figured I'd show you, because I mentioned it. In the box, it comes with this many sprues of terrain. is kind of fucking stupid, honestly. And like I said, I don't go in for the 40k terrain boxes because I don't really like 40k terrain that much, and I already have a bunch of sci-fi terrain. But fantasy terrain, I don't have that much of. And there's a lot of it. Holy crap. And also, way too much. Yeah, I was surprised at how much plastic is actually in this box. And I got it fairly cheap. I got it for like 150 bucks, so... We're gonna make do. I'm gonna paint it right here on stream, Cyborg Stare. We're gonna paint the terrain on stream. And like I'm talking airbrush, wash, slapdash dry brush, couple of details, fucking moving on. We're gonna paint it as fast as we can. It's got a lot of texture on it, so I think it's gonna be easy. There are lots of fantasy terrain STLs out there. The difference, the mechanic is really just that I haven't been printing them. And so just getting some, like, I don't really want more sci-fi terrain in a box. I don't need it. But fantasy terrain, if you hand me sprues of it, I'll build it, I'll paint it, I'll use it. And to their credit, Games Workshop loves to encourage the use of their official stuff, so it comes with, like, special rules for the terrain that's in the box. Because the trees are, like, made of meat and have claws, and... I don't know. I don't understand Age of Sigmar. I don't know what the fuck is going on. There's meat trees. What am I painting? Can I show the top of the box? I can't. So we're just building today. Well, the top of the box isn't totally accessible, but this is the art that's on the box. This is Age of Sigmar Warcry Heart of Gur. And they include this nice little print of the art that's on the front of the box. Actually, pretty good stuff. And gives me some good ideas for how to paint the minis. More like Age of Tryhards. And that'll show him. You got him good, Valandar. Alright, I'll be back in just a few minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. When I come back, we're going to roll right into the Storm Report. I'll see you in just a few. Lord Grimos, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, and welcome back. Folks, give me just a minute to clean up my workspace. And we'll go ahead and roll right in. Ow! No. Okay, it's not too bad. It just hurt. Fuck. Oh god, yeah, I keep forgetting to replace my Instagram plugin. I'm sorry about that. I mean, you can click the button and just go to the Instagram, but yeah, the plugin on Twitch is borked. I just jammed my hand right into my digital calipers, which are very sharp in some parts. Just a bit more blood for the blood god. We're serving Grandfather Nurgle today. Tabletop. None of this cornate nonsense. I think this guy's gonna be fun to paint. I really like this model. I really do like this model a lot. The Wither Lord, I think he's called. Look at the little toad on his shoulder. Look at him. He's adorable. He's a little three-eyed toad monster that's just chilling. That is the best thing. He's got a little toad butt. I just really like the crazy bamboo helmet this guy's wearing. I think he's gonna look badass with the extended stilts, so he's standing like really, really tall over the base, you know? I'm looking forward to painting this guy. Oh, Riot Sister would love the three-eyed toad. I have no doubt. Kai, the German guy. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Hope you're having a good day out there. Get my tools put away. Magnet goes there. Glue goes here. Drill gun goes here. I'm going to... I don't think I'll need this again. Nobody else is on stilts, so I'm going to put this drill bit away while I'm thinking about it. It's not a good idea to leave those out. They break very easily. There we go. Yeah, so this is the Rotmire Creed, guys, that we've been building. I gotta do these ones are much simpler. They're only 2 or 3 parts each. And I only gotta do 3 of each with the blowguns and the bile wood weapons. And then the next team are these guys. They are the, I think, Sons of Hashut? Horns of Hashut is what they're called. You can see here, they rock like tridents and big bull-headed helmets. I think one of them has like an ancient primitive flamethrower. They're pretty neat. But I'm gonna worry about doing them after I get yeah, it has like a goofy medieval flamethrower going on. They're nice figures. Just finished an art piece of the Grand Inquisitor of Star Wars. Oh, magnificent. I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Grand Inquisitor character. As voiced by Jason Isaacs. And I'm, as much as I've pretty much written off Star Wars in general at this point, I'm gonna wind up watching Ahsoka just because, or not Ahsoka, that's not it. I'm going to wind up playing the Fallen Order sequel because they're bringing Jason Isaacs back to voice the Grand Inquisitor again, and I'm super excited for that. Saw the stream and the sideshow was up and saw some Star Wars stuff. Yeah, I'm you know, I have a love-hate relationship with the Star Wars IP a lot of the time, but there are some pieces of it that are just like a part of who I am at this point. And for my money, I think Rebels is the best that Star Wars ever got. I love Rebels, I love the characters in it, and I'm a big fan of the original trilogy. The Grand Inquisitor is really a very cool character. God, I'd love to see your work. I'd love to see your work. Do you have a picture of it that you could share, Kai? If you don't have one yet, that's fine. We would accept a share in the future. That's very, very kind of you to say. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of a few of the Star Wars models that I've done. I need to get some pictures put up of this guy. I need to put a quick green ink wash on him and then get some pictures put up. But we did this guy just a little while ago. The limited edition FFG Vader. I think he came out pretty nice. I do love painting in oils. I'm very happy with how this guy came out. I do need to do some proper photography of the finished piece. And I'm thinking in December, so next month, probably around Christmas time, we're going to lay into doing our limited edition Empire Strikes Back style Luke. I went ahead and took his extra head and trimmed the face out of it so that I could put his helmet down on his base, and we're going to paint him up like Hoth. That should be a good time. We're going to oil paint this bad boy too. That's where I live, though. I'm an Empire Strikes Back guy. Well, I'll tell you what, Kai, we do, and we're, in fact, literally just about to start. We do a bit at the end of every stream called the Storm Report, where we share people's art. A lot of the times it's mini painting, but really we love to see work that anybody has done. If you feel like putting up your Obi-Wan, we could show it right here on the stream, and I'd love to close out the Storm Report with it. All you got to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and go into the channel marked the Storm Report and go ahead and post your picture in there. It's easy to get access to. You just hit !Discord in the chat and you'll get a link, and you can pop on over there and get it put in. I'm going to go ahead and start said Storm Report, but yeah, please feel free to put that up. We'll have that be the last entry. Speaking of which, let me go ahead and get that done. Are these Rotmire Creed? Yes, Asri, they are. Yeah, that's these gents here. Such a bullshit unit. What's wrong with them? Merlin, I'll allow it. If you got something for us, I'd love to see it. They got, like, fish hooks and poison. What's wrong with that? Alright, let me actually pull up my browser window here. And this button should do something. Let's find out what it does.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Here we go. The way they wrote them in Age of Sigmar is that they shoot, and if one of them gets a 6-up on the hit roll, they give all their opponent's units maximum disease count. Ooh, that's vicious. I'm only planning to use them for Warcry. I promise, Asri. It won't be so bad. They don't, as far as I can tell, they don't have any heavy damage dealing units in their Warcry rules. Lots of poison, but they seem like they're going to struggle with high hit point units. I like them. I like the lore behind the Rotmire Creed, because they're like a cargo cult of Nurgle. They don't know what it is they're worshipping. But they're into it. Alright, up first we have from Mafik, who is getting us started off with a meme. Increase taxes, ban Slime Shepherd. Yeah, no, Arden, you made the right choice there, man. You made the right choice there. And then we get a little art because we canceled Tuesday's stream, so let's have a look. I want to put Terrius to nap time. You're the cutest grandchild I ever had. It is a cat boy. I mean, yeah. That's not fair to any of the non-cat boy grandchildren. It's just, I protest. I protest this. Also, where my Atlas puppet, bro? Because the Atlas puppet, that's my favorite. We're gonna need some more of that. Alright, let's see what we got here from DFW Dwegham. He got in his 2 thin coats range of paints. Look at that. There's a readme first with a message from Duncan. Look at that. Look at that smug fucking look on his face. Look at him. He knows. He knows. We got some metal models to go with. Nicely packed. I dig it. I'll be, again, very curious to... Oh, there you are, Mafik. What's up, man? No, not quite. I'll be curious, Wegcom, to see what you think of these, because you've been kind of tip of the spear when it comes to testing out new paint ranges. You've done some really, really good things with the AP speed paints. So I'll be curious to hear back what you think of the two thin coats line. Merlin, thank you as always for the reminder. You guys remember when I used to get drunk on stream? That was embarrassing. Alright, what do we have up next? AI art. Oh no. Shiny Mew Paints gave an AI a prompt to draw a Gardevoir holding a bouquet of roses and did surprisingly well, all things considered. That actually is, I mean, yeah. Huh. They're getting better all the time. I do, Merlin. Yes. I recall that. That's why I stopped drinking wine on stream, because that was always a bad idea. These AI art generators, man, they, I don't know. I just don't know. That is remarkably close, though. I did wine a couple of times, and it was always a mistake. I get fucking silly on wine. Oh, and our follow-up Tuesday cancellation post from Shiny Mew Paints. Not necessarily art, per se. I disagree. Building a chicken coop count from the ground up counts, right? You're damn right it does. This is fucking nicer than chicken coop that I built. Hell, took maybe half a day to put together, let alone maybe 2 hours of sleep from catching a flight to Colorado to spend the next few months with family. Hope Mama Mew likes it. Now to leave you with a corny dad joke. Why does a chicken coop have only 2 doors? Simple. It'd be called a chicken sedan otherwise. What am I doing with my life? Let's just look at the chicken coop. I'm assuming put together from a kit, given how nice all of the woodwork is on it. It's a nice little chicken coop. I like how they have the run beneath it. That's pretty fancy schmancy. I just did a hoop house for my run, and I've got an older chicken coop that I refurbished. Why are we here? Is it just to suffer? What is a man? Man, I want chickens. Yeah, chickens can be fun. Though every time this comes up, Kursala comes in and is like, "You should have ducks and goose also." Just don't prompt them too much on that. We will get the whole speech. A miserable pile of nuggies. Oh, that makes me happy. Oh, here we have from the Tobin Lord. Got sick for a week, so this is what I have to show. Cursed image redraw. I don't think I've seen the original of this one. Be that as it may, though. Can I borrow $20? I'm sorry to hear that you've been sick. I think it's yeah, actually, could you post the original image? I'd like to put it up. You just put it right in chat. Cool. Just so that I have the full context. See? There we go. It's starting already. Ducks are smarter. I'm really sorry to hear that you've been sick, by the way, Toby and Lord, for a week, no less. The fact that you're still doing art while sick, damned impressive. Damned impressive. Now, he doesn't throw but he opens up his cloak and flaming chicken nuggets slowly make their way across the screen at you. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. What does cumulus mean in Discord? Everybody's cumulus. It's a type of cloud, Merlin models. I got a whole weather theme and like cloud puns. You'll notice that I'm cumulonimbus, etc., etc. It goes down to cumulus. It's strata that clouds exist at, and a cumulonimbus cloud is a thunderhead. It's a really dumb joke. All right. Oh my God. I would. I like it. I didn't realize that I had been thinking for a second that maybe the man on the phone was added in entirely, but no, there's a... I don't know what's going on in this world anymore. I just... Okay. Can I borrow 20 bucks? Well, nicely done either way, Toby and Lord. And I'm glad that you're getting some art done even while you're feeling sick, man. You've done 3 so far. I mean, you know we want to see him in more posts. You know we do. But up next we have from Journeyman Paint our second hero for Legion complete. Shablamo. There we go. Journeyman Paint Hour, you've really been improving a lot lately, man. Had to scoop Din Djarin up. Besides the fact he's extremely good in game and can play for Empire or Rebels, he's also easy to paint with lots of metallics. Got a bit fancy and did shading with metallics and, of course, edge highlights and dry brushing. As always, critiques, advice, and comments are welcome. Enhance. This is a pretty sweet paint job. You actually shaded the metallics pretty well. I appreciate that you've gone to the effort of making sure you maintain some of these lines of separation between the brighter portions of the helmet and the armor in general. I like the two-tone work you have here with the darker gray. Looks like you have a little bit of warmth on the highlight here, which actually reads nicely. Lighter gray around that. This is a really well-painted model. This is a good enough paint job that I'm reluctant to critique it, because this is more of a moment, Journeyman Paint Hour, where you should just take a step back and be very, very pleased with what you've done. Is it technically possible to do more on this figure? Yeah, I could see a few things where it's like, maybe you could punch it up with mostly contrast in the leather under the armor, but this is a really good paint job. This is a paint job where I really think you should just do that. Just take a step back and be pleased with what you've accomplished. And don't worry about making improvements on this one. This is a celebratory paint job. I'm gonna declare it a celebratory paint job because this looks really nice. I like the highlighting you've done here on the whatever it is, the rhinocecorn or whatever the fuck it's called. Really nice job with the dark on the lower half and the light on the upper, so you really get the depth and the light reflecting off of it. Good differentiation in the browns. I like the real warm red that you have for the little spats that he's wearing. This looks really good, dude. Conceivably, Sumitha, conceivably. I don't remember what the fuck they call it in the show. That's probably what it's called. It's, like, little tweaks, sure, but seriously, I wouldn't worry about it for this one. This looks really fucking good. This is a wonderful paint job. Take the win on this one, Journeyman Paint Hour. This is, in my mind, this is kind of indicative of how far you've come fairly recently. Also, love the photography. I really, really appreciate the use of a background that you can completely drop out so I can focus on the figure. This is how I do my miniature photography. We all have our preferences, but this is definitely my favorite, and you've done a really good job on it. I would be fucking proud to have painted this model, and I would be proud of these photos of this model. Post this everywhere. And then show us pictures of the baby. I would like to see the baby. Alright, what's up next? A little bit of business from Wolverine DH. Damn, bro, you are getting good at this. My design of the Warg battle armor. The design of this battle armor kind of appealed to me, so I had to model it. These are the prototypes printed and painted. Wolverine, you're just gonna do all of the battle armor by the end of this. You have gotten so much better at this since you started. Enhance. Nice print job on this. Print lines barely stand out. I can pick them up here when I zoom in, but even so, not that much. And God, these are so small. These minis are so damn small. I love this. The missile being launched and the one tube being empty, that's a really nice touch. I love the string of ammunition coming down to the arm weapons. Really, the detailing on the front of it actually came out pretty well for as soft as it is. You are getting better and better at these micro scale details. Yeah, I like how there's a double launching one too. That's a really nice touch. They look like... And they make me think of torpedoes for some reason. Maybe it's just because they're just cylinders and they don't have fins on them. Really nice job on that. I particularly like how one of them, like the tube, is empty, indicating that he's already fired one. Good variety in the posing. Nice job on the paint jobs. Really good detailing for this small a scale. Damn. Like, these guys are little. You have to understand, these hexes that they're standing on are less than an inch across. It's crazy. There you go, Soon. Yeah, they're like the fold-out ones, right? The ones that spiral out from the center point. I'll buy that. I'd buy that for $1. Lovely. Lovely work, Wolverine DH. We always love seeing your sculpts, man. Alright, what do we got next? What do we got next? A little bit of business from Orbital Friendship Cannon of Cursed City. Oh, these are nice. Oh, these are nice. Dude. Did these a while ago from the Cursed City board game. Mostly contrast paints with an oil wash on top, and then some final highlights. This is a technique that I see becoming more popular. We got a couple people in stream who use this technique already. I see it becoming more popular because this looks fucking good. Enhance. Let's get into the nitty-gritty here. Alright. I want to point out something subtle that was done here. I want to point out something subtle that Orbital Friendship Cannon did here that you almost don't notice here. And when you zoom in, it becomes more apparent. And you know what it is? These are complementary contrasts here. Red cloaks, green armor. The damage too. The brown wash coming into the green really, really helps it stand out, but it is the green tone to the armor that makes the red read more rich, and even the rust in the armor read more rich. And the fact that that is a coolish green. And the really, really saturated cloaks, exactly Valandar. Red saturated cloaks, green desaturated armor, complementary colors. This is some solid fucking composition work. And thank you for noting that. That is absolutely true, Valandar. The difference in saturation is huge. It sort of prevents you from seeing the armor and just going, oh, that's green armor. Instead, everything just kind of reads a little richer, doesn't it? Really nice work. And just very visually effective. Also, it looks like you did the... Now, I haven't painted these models myself, but I'm going to guess you came in over the armor with Typhus Corrosion before you did the rest of the work. And I really appreciate when you look at this, how chunky some of the highlights are. Like, these aren't particularly careful or super fine highlights. They don't need to be, because the composition is good. You don't need to be that precise when you're using your colors well. These look fantastic. These really look great. Also, I dig these sculpts. I love, like, armies of skeletons, though. Simple and effective, and I fucking love it. Really, really good work on these. Let's take a look at the second shot we have. Also from Cursed City. Another pretty fancy use of color over here. I love that sickly green. Isn't that nice? Again, we have that solid green-red contrast going on here. Enhance. Ew, there's a man coming out of the ground. That's disgusting. And again, you get in real close, and look at this. Look at the highlights. And I'm not doing this as a critique. I'm saying this is a good thing. Look at the highlights. Look at how chunky they are. Look at some of these brush strokes. Because when you're up in the model painting it and doing this, you might find yourself going, my highlights are kind of chunky. Oh, the transition is, I need to blend more. Average viewing distance. Bam. Now have a look at it. It looks fucking phenomenal, doesn't it? This is why I tell you to use the average viewing distance rule. This is why I tell you, hold it at arm's length. Don't give the final judgment to your model right here, because that's going to have you looking at individual paint strokes here and going, oh, maybe I should do a wash, I should blah, 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 blah. Fuck all that. Look at this. This looks wonderful. It helps you hit the high contrast that really lets you see the details of the figures. I love the combination of colors we have across the flesh, too. Greens, blues, and reds. Oh, I'm loving it. I am loving this. On Kestis, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. This guy's having a bad day. That's like a chunk of ground stuck to his back. I guess they all kind of have that, do they? I don't know the fucking story behind Curse City. I'm sure that there's some lore explanation for that. Homeboy with the fucked up bonehead going on here. Nice work on the metallics, too. Simple, effective, reads well. Yeah, do not let perfect be the enemy of the good. Oh, man. That's their gravestones. I guess that makes sense. Oh, yeah, I guess he just has, like, a piece of paper nailed to a thing. And this poor lady over here has a full-on headstone. All in all, it seems like a bad day for everybody. She has a nice memorial with flowers and everything. Oh, I like how, yeah, somebody planted a rose bush, so she has roots growing down through her. That's actually pretty cool. That's just model design, though. The paint jobs are fucking killer on these. I really like this. And again, complementary colors. Red shadows on green flesh. It doesn't sound offhand like that's something you would want to do, but look at it. Doesn't it look great? And there's not that much going on here. This is pretty simple, but it's deep red desaturated shadows over a bright, deep, heavily saturated yellow-green. And it just, oh, look at that. Look at that fucking figure. Doesn't that just jump off the base at you? All right. I fucking love it, Orbital Friendship Cannon. Thank you for sharing these with us today. The trick they used in some 2000 AD covers with Judge Death. Yeah. It's a very, Simon Bisley did that a lot in his art, using those really, like, sick, like, bruise-colored shadows for those really vivid yellow greens that he would do in the Judge uniforms. Alright, up next we have a little bit of business here from Scud24, Clan Tabasco Crab, Hunt of Position. They have crab claws on them. What? Scud, are you the member of like a cult? Is there like a crab-themed cult that I should be aware of? Why are they all have crab claws? Okay. Sure. Why not? First group back from their hunt of position. The star of Tabasco Crab Mech stands on the beach, waiting for the rest of their trinary. And then we have a bonus picture. A different angle of the Tabasco Crab Mechs, with a better view of their cargo of trophies. I'm just gonna choose to believe that the crabs being hunted were fucking gigantic. That's... Wow. That's kind of amazing. I love this. I want to see these with, like, a little bit more photo editing done to them, you know? Like, add in some glow on their autocannons, or, like, some background shit going on, or maybe a giant steaming crab carcass. This is cool, though. I like this one. You've actually got a pretty good flair. A pretty good flair for photography, Scud. I genuinely like what you do with composition and lighting in a lot of these shots. Kaiju crab hunting? Yeah, going after, like, Onibaba, right? Instead of trial of position like other clans where they fight each other, Tabasco crabbers go fight giant crabs. I mean, yeah, sure. If I had giant crabs to fight, I could see that as a totally legitimate trial. This is easily one of the strangest series of pictures that we have continually gotten on this stream, and I have to say, Scud, one of my favorite. One of my favorites. Oh, Sumatha. What have we got here? Why don't we have a little glance? Gotta get dinner somehow. That's a lot of crab meat. The Wingman Revolver is officially licensed, albeit through Apex Legends. Ugh. Though it really doesn't, though it doesn't actually shoot, has a kind of neat manually toggled reload articulation that opens up the bits on the top and the bottom of the barrel, like in the game shown in the update below. We'll have another picture after this one. The RE45 auto pistol is a third-party product, though is actually made of a mixture of metal and plastic and feels pretty good in the hand. On top of that, it actually fires and even comes with a spare magazine, fitting enough since it's a quick drop and reload, much like a real firearm. Both would be awesome for cosplay, though I will say I think the RE45 is the nicer of the two by far. However, some conventions may have issues with it due to it not having any "this is a toy" orange on it like the Wingman does, yeah. And looking much more like a real firearm in general. Although Wingman is so classic. I mean, they both look nice, but I can definitely see how the weight and the feel are going to make a difference. There's so much good prop design in Titanfall overall. Let's check out the follow-up picture. I want to see the opened up Wingman here. That's cool. That's neat as hell. Look at that. Chklunk. It pops open and the cylinder like rocks out to the side. That's pretty neat. Oh, you set off Valandar the Red's fucking nerf sense. He needs to know the details. Those are some pretty sweet props, Sumitha. I mean, you know I'm a sucker for Titanfall design, man. That, and I'm kind of a prop guy. All right. Let's see here. We had another post added. Let's go ahead and update that so I don't miss it. And let's see what we have next. They really do suicide printing. It's a little nuts. Here we have from Voxel Forge an award statue. Oh, this is cool. Finish this terrain/award for a local gaming group, Eastern Front Gaming. Loving the texture and detail on this. Really nicely done. I like the design overall. The broken concrete and then the steel bands with the big nasty rivets. I mean, these are design elements that I'm a fan of anyway. I love concrete, like banded concrete with big rivets and big nasty bolts. Up here it looks like you've kind of drawn some inspiration from like just little barricade bunkers, and then you have what I assume is their logo emerging in 3D on top. This is a cool trophy, and 3D printing has made it so possible for events to have their own trophies like this. I do have to note one thing, and that's that the shape of this right here, that's Heinz ketchup. I can't see anything other than that. Oh, it's a keystone. Okay. My brain goes Heinz ketchup. I don't know what to tell you. That might not be a problem. I wanted to make you aware of it. Just so everybody knows. I guess if I were a more cultured man, I would have seen a keystone, but I am a man who has been subject to much advertisement over the course of his life. Heinz is based in Pennsylvania. The Keystone no, this actually works then. Is that true? Or are you just making that shit up? Because it's Asri saying it, it might be bullshit. Eastern Front Gourmet. I love all the damage that you've done to the concrete, man. That looks really, really good. I also like the erosion on these little side pillars. This is neat. Is this going to be done in resin? I assume it's going to be done in resin because of the detail that you put into it. I'll tell you what, Voxel Forge, if you get some pictures of the finished product, we'd love to see them. This is really nicely done. I genuinely don't know, Merlin. I have no idea. I know that y'all got Branston Pickle, though, and that's something. Either going to be resin or gigantic. Yeah, one of the two. That's what they're doing. I'll ask for pics. Please do. Please do. I would love to see the final. I did a trophy a couple years ago for Talon Games for their CavCon. I guess it was 2019? It was nowhere near as elaborate or cool as this one, though, man. You've done a great job on it. All right. Oh, this is kind of cool. From Gus Schultz. The brushes I use to weather, because for the last two posts we've gotten from Gus Schultz... Oh, the top comes off? That makes sense. Is there going to be candy inside, though? I can't see any reason that trophy should not be filled with candy. Last few times we've seen Gus Schultz work on here, I have been absolutely gushing. over the weathering job that he has done on his Nuka-Cola World diorama pieces. It's good to know that the tools he used for weathering I have already in my office. I just didn't think of using a brass stiff wire brush on something like that. It's so simple, it's so direct, it's so just recreating what would naturally happen at a smaller scale, and of course, because I overcomplicate things in my brain, it just didn't occur to me. Why complicate things? Why complicate things? Eventually, I'm going to get my hands on that Black Marauder that you did, Gus Schultz, and I am excited to paint that bad boy. Fallout's like 80% weathering. Yeah, I mean, that's the universe, is a society in steep, sharp decline. Here we have from NMO Xandershade, new couch to replace the futon. And a furry doggo on it. Oh my god. Oh no. Had one last gift for my accident in January. The insurance made a personal injury settlement. Used that money to replace my old and bent fold-out futon. 2/3 of the couch arrived today. Luckily, they were the parts needed to sleep, and it has my dog's approval. Oh. Enhance. Let's get a better look at the dog. No. Oh, he's got fuzzy feet. Big friendly-looking fellow with a rope to chew on, no less. I was talking to him recently, Gus. He's gonna get it my way. You don't have to run up anybody's ass. That's a good word for it. He's a very handsome doggo. Very, very distinguished, I would say. Yes. Yes, quite. Really rocking that salt and pepper, too. I love it. Also, nice looking couch. Glad to hear you getting that sorted out, my man. Alright, Xandershade. Alright, who cares about the couch? Fucking focus on the dog! I mean, this is ultimately why I added a pets channel to the Discord, for those of you who might not have noticed yet. I always want to see your dogs. Believe me, I always want to see your dogs. Alright, what do we have next? What do we have next? A little bit of business here from Suicide Prenny Sabretooth from Marvel United. Does Sabretooth shit in the woods? I mean, probably sometimes. I figure at times he probably would, just because he spends a lot of time in them. Really nailed the color on this one. Like, really nailed the orange and brown combo. Really, really well matched. I love the cartoonish style. The smooth shadows underneath the muscles really complement the style of the sculpt. Same thing with the way that you've done the hair. It is a painting style that heavily complements the stylistic way in which the model is made. I even like the work that you've done here on the base with the log that he's standing on. Oh, Sabretooth. He's such a fun character. Excuse me. And I mean, rocking just the mutton chops from hell, isn't he? Good job on the teeth, too. They're not, like, super stark separation, but enhance. I mean, you get a look in there, you have gone to the effort of separating the teeth out and making sure that specifically the canines stand out, so you get the sharp fang look and still get to see his tongue a little bit behind them. Very, very nicely done, Suicide Prinny. Now, you've done a fair few of these Marvel United figures, as I always request once people have done a number of them. Man, I'd love to see them all in one place. As far as critique on this guy, I always want people to do more contrast. But in this case, I don't know that it would actually help the look of the mini. I think that your painting style really complements the sculpting style, the very, very stylized nature of it. All the details that I want to see are popping out pretty well. Could you get more complex with some of the colors? I mean, yeah, I don't know that it would really help the mini, though. I love the shading you've done on his musculature. I think the colors are just right. The one thing I might add to this, if you put this in front of me and said, add one thing to improve the look of the model, I think snow on the base would look really good. I think a little bit of snow on the base would look really, really good. Mostly because it would balance out the scruff around his neck. It would give that kind of a counterpoint in the base. It would repeat it one time, which I think would, again, balance it out very, very nicely. and it would sort of give him the look that he's in. Because when I think Sabretooth and Wolverine, I always think, like, running around the woods in Canada, you know? I think that would be a good addition. But the paint job itself is, oh, primo. Looks like wet mud now. Yeah, it looks like he... Yeah, ew. Oh, what do we got next? Oh my god, it's from Asri. More Gingercast heroes. Let's pull this up and see what we got. Lordy, lordy, lord. Oh, the one on the left, Nev Black Talon, was a joy to paint. In spite of the older style Stormcast armor, the model is sculpted in a way that made it pretty easy to paint. I think it turned out really damn good. The one on the right, Lord Succanum on Suck Charger. Why did I read that? It is perhaps the worst model I've ever had the displeasure of painting. The sculpt isn't finished, there are unfillable gaps, and the model is posed in such a way that makes it look like someone chopped off his torso and reattached it sideways. Trying to figure out the shading for this travesty, I just gave up. This is probably the first time I've called a model finished when I knew I could do a lot more, but didn't care enough to keep going. Didn't even bother cleaning up the various mistakes I made. Hated the whole thing. This is a valuable lesson, Asri. And worth noting, sometimes a model isn't necessarily done being painted, but I'm done painting it. And if I'm not having fun, if I really just want it to be over and I just don't care that much, fuck it, move on to something you enjoy, man. Enhance. Let's take a look at the one that we enjoyed first. Yeah, with the new style of Stormcast armor with the new proportions. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to go that way. Nice job on this. I continue to like that sort of soft coppery look. Sort of bronzy or heat-treated steel look that you give the armor. It's not quite gold, and that leaves you some space to then work in the gold for the various ornaments on the armor. Little splashes of blue help a lot. I really like the work you've done on the basing. It's got some decent variation in it still. I think probably just because of where the model is positioned, you get that sort of shadowed effect off of it. Red cloak looks really nice. Red hair looks even nicer, and I'm digging all the silver and blue on the axes. Let's come over and look at Lord Succules. He does look a little awkward, doesn't he? And yeah, he's in the older style, super bulky Stormcast Sigmarine armor. You know, it looks pretty good. Is there more you can do? Obviously, you know that there is. But I like the blue of the scales going back into the eagle feathers. I think that's a nice touch. Coming up with the feathers on his chest. I think the blue in the eye gives a nice sort of counterpoint to, or not counterpoint, but sort of balances the blue in the armor and the blue on his feet. Similarly, the yellow of his beak kind of gets picked up in the gold and the Latin work on all his armor. I don't think it looks as bad as you fear. This is a perfectly serviceable model. And if you didn't like painting it, don't go back to it. Don't go back to it. It looks good. It looks particularly good at average viewing distance on the tabletop. It's gonna be... Like, here's the thing. I've been around so many armies and so many painters, like... This is still, like, top 50% of painted models. There are some out there that look so much worse than this. And if this is your effort when you're like, I hate this model, I don't want to paint this, I don't want to put in any more effort, fuck it, it's done, get it off my desk. If this is your standard for fuck this model, man, you're doing real fucking well. Let me tell you. I know people who would pay good money for this model. Your basing is clean. The everything is well considered. There's like I said, the colors are well balanced. Sure, there's room for improvement, but something tells me you're not done painting models. Hell, I can spy a good number of them lurking back behind this guy right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and say good fucking work, Asri. And yeah, if you're not enjoying it, don't force yourself through it. Move on to something that you like. Beak is nice. Doesn't just look like Donald Duck's mouth. Looks like an actual bird beak. Yeah, it's got sort of a more subdued, and I like how there's a little bit of a darkness as it comes down to the point, too. It does look a lot more natural, doesn't it? I'm gonna say that looks pretty damn good, Asri. Be proud of yourself. And be proud of yourself for finishing a model, man. Move on to the next one. Have a better time with it. And now you are learning more and more about what you like and don't like in a sculpt, which is also pretty important. Up here we have a little bit of business from basically Tabletop. Oh, this is exciting. Oh, this is exciting. White Scars Blade Guard Veteran. Most recently finished and photoed of an ongoing very large White Scars commission. Oh, somebody's going to be happy. Somebody's going to be real happy. First of all, you have a very clean painting style, which I think lends itself well to White Scars that really lean on that bright, vibrant red next to that stark white. Yeah, the red is really, really deep and really vibrant and really well done. The use of green, particularly in the OSL and the eyes, you have both restrained it, I think very wisely, to a limited number of places on the model, but also found an excuse to include it in more places through the use of OSL. The green glowing against the white near the red makes the red look richer. It's well done OSL, too. It's very subtle by the time you get over to the leg that's on the far side of the body. It shines a lot on the inside of the arm. I love the right half of the skull that's basically bathed in green, and the little bit on the base of green against blue. I also love your use of blue in the base. It balances out a lot of what we have in the model itself. Very limited blues and blacks in the model. His belt, his body glove underneath his armor. This is a painting style that I would say this is relatively simple with the exception of the OSL, but just well executed and with a real focus on making the focal points of the model pop out. Because, like, he has an arresting gaze. Actually, more green in the back of the shield to add a little more pop. Okay. And that's smart. You have to, when you're painting models, you got to think about them in a 360 degrees. So from a rear position, you're going to want that. Now, are those decals on the shoulders for the White Scars emblem? And the, I guess that would be a Crux Terminatus on his shoulder. It looks like freehand lightning bolts on the shield on his chest. But I'm wondering if those are decals on the shoulder or if that's a free-handed White Scars logo. I try not to guess these days because I keep guessing wrong. Either way, this is a gorgeous figure. Limited inclusion of brown just there for the leather holster. I think that was a good choice. Standard transfers on the shoulder. Sword was the easiest part by far. Yeah, it looks like this is... I'm going to guess OSL is applied by airbrush. It's not the most complex OSL technique, but... And that's what I like about this paint job. Nothing here... And you're painting this for commission, and you're doing a lot of them, which also makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This looks like an airbrush application, but it looks like a good airbrush application. Because if you just spritz color on the model, you can kind of mess it up. Pretty easily, but this is a well done one. Oh, this reads very, very nicely. The white is a nightmare. It always is. White and red together are a fucking nightmare, but you pulled them off really, really well. Shield took me 10 hours as opposed to 15 minutes on the sword. Jesus Christ. I wish you luck in bringing that time down for the rest of your White Scars commission. Really nice looking, though. I like the base. It's understated, but it has a lot of texture to it. Really, really good work. I would be thrilled to see some more. We have a follow-up. Let's go ahead and have a look at the other. Oh, yes, I see. The glowing green nodules on the inside of the shield. That's a good idea. I like that. Very slick. Subtlety is quite important. Very important indeed. Nice, clean, effective. I see a very satisfied client in your future. Can I also say, I love that you used green for the purity seal instead of red. It demonstrates a decent understanding of color balance. I guess that could also be blue picking up some of the green, but it looks green from here. And nice job with the text on the purity seal for that matter. Really a well-painted model. I'd love to see some more of your work. We got some links up here. I'm going to make sure I pop over at least to your Instagram and drop a follow. And for that matter, I'm going to go ahead and I can drop a follow on Twitch right here, just like that. And just like that, I was following. Yeah, that's exactly it, basically, tabletop. With as many reds as he already has, you'd be foolhardy to do it any other way. Gorgeous work. I love seeing it, and we would absolutely love to see... basically, tabletop. So the way that the Storm Report works is as soon as the stream ends, the channel gets cleared and opened up again, and it doesn't close until we start the Storm Report in the next stream, which is going to be Sunday. So if after the stream concludes, which is going to be here in just a few minutes, and the channel cycles, you want to go ahead and put up another one for us to see, I'd fucking love to see it on the next stream, man. And please feel free to post them in the other photo channels, because I'm sure people would love to see your work. Alright, let's see what we got up next here. We have a little sculpting work from Valandar the Red. The Archangel. 50mm tall Archangel to the head, not the wings, for my current clients. I both love that Valandar and Voxelforge come in here and post their sculpting work, and part of me kind of hates it a little bit, because I'm always like, oh man, I got work to do. Damn it. Oh, Valandar's got a really good eye for miniature sculpting in particular, for exaggerating the details that need it, for focusing on the proportions that need it, and not for getting bogged down in realism, which doesn't really look that good in miniature form. His wings have got to be a good... If he's 50mm tall, the wings have got to be at least, what, 65? 70, maybe? It's going to be a pretty tall figure at the end of the day. Love the wings. I love the armor going along the back of the wings, too. Very nice work, Valandar. I need to... I need to work more on my sculpting. I'm coming along, but it's slow work. The hair is not very realistic. Well, no, it looks... I mean, nothing about him is realistic, but it looks cherubic. Yeah, old Greek sculptures. That's exactly what I'm thinking. It looks like golden curls, like you would see on an angel, per se. That's an inappropriate use of the phrase per se, but I said it without thinking, so now I just have to commit to it. Yes. Really nice sculpt on that one, though. Valandar, if you get sent pictures of some of your stuff getting paint on it for these commissions, man, I would love to see that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Everybody pack it in, because Leaf Painting just had to come along and show us his next piece of work. Oh, yes. Yeah, your post last week was fucking intense, man. That was amazing. Oh, Leaf. Very different type of commission. 75mm steampunk dog walker for a Chicago client, 4K source photos. You're really getting into the photography now, aren't you? You're really getting into the photography now. I mean, it makes sense. It does. Let's pull up the second one, because we're going to go back and forth a little bit, because there's some environmental lighting here that's really effective. So this is our neutral lighting. We have our delightful little schnauzer here from the front, which I really like the way you've done his fur, by the way. Really kind of brought out some of the musculature and done multiple layers of it. Good work on the face and eyes. I love the yellowish tinge as the fur moves down. It's very naturalistic. Really nice work, obviously, on our quite curvaceous Plague Doctor Dog Walker. I love the use of blue contrasting with the green. You see where it comes in, bam, right there. Balanced in the armbands on either side here. Little cravat here, and then both in the eyes and in the band around the head. And then we can see the warm colors coming in from our environmental lighting, wha-bam, back here, which just changes everything. This is a mini that would be fantastic to see on, like, a turntable. Based on a client's pets, you had reference photos. That's always convenient. It's actually a pretty big dog. You even dethirsted the model. Wait, it was more buxom previously. I mean, she's pretty. She's got like a belted corset going on, and for some reason a Plague Doctor mask. Because steampunk Plague Doctor, whatever. Just do it, right? Why does she have what is it today with the giant syringes? Like, she's got one, the dude that I just built has one. I don't think I've seen one of these before today, and now they're everywhere. Not exactly packing light. The bust was 25%. Oh my god. She's already so busty. That's insane. Had to bonk it a few times and shave it down in horny jail. I love the leaves, by the way. Leaf painting, what did you do for the leaves? Are these paper punch-outs? They read very naturally. These kids and their giant needles, right? I love the environmental lighting. This is very, very nice. Particularly how subtle it is on the hair and the hat. And if you look at it from the other angle, you can catch just a teeny bit of it on the inside rim of the hat that's facing back towards the environmental light. I'm assuming that's this is given the warmth of the light. I'm guessing that this is like an oil burning lamp, you know, like a street lamp. It's for a cow. Is that like an actual thing? You're just making that up. Green Stuff World leaves that you washed. Okay. Oh, they look wonderful. All in all, this is a fantastic piece. This is a piece that I would love to see this in a video on a turntable, you know, so you can get the full effect as it goes around. And Leaf Painting is one of those painters that I go to his Instagram all the time and I look for inspiration. And this is a small thing. This is a very, very small thing. But I want to note the legs here. And the fact that the stocking on the forward foot has been very, very gently highlighted. It's not brought up to the harsher cream whites of the gloves or the double-breasted coat. It's the same range. It's just very softly highlighted up, and then the rear foot is entirely in shadow. It's very tempting when painting models like this to reach all the way back there and try to put some color. It's really not necessary. It is lost entirely in shadow, and all you really get out of it is the shape, which is very realistic. And effective, for that matter. Your mind will fill those details in. Get a whole media mock-up over the next 2 weeks? Fuck yeah, I want to see it. I mean, you know I want to see it. I love your work, Leaf, and thank you so much for sharing with us. Next up, we have from Merlin Models. Oh my god. Working on an army as soon as I can. 2 more armigers to go before I head to Nottingham in 2 weeks' time to face a friend who has Chaos Knights. This is just Battletech with extra steps. What are you doing, Merlin, you maniac? Carex, Serpent's Bane, Narcissus, hates Requiem. Oh, there's an apostrophe. Oh, okay. It's possessive. It's hates Requiem. I just thought it was like, he hates Requiem. Right? And you have like, Tiberius enjoys long walks on the beach. That is a lot of work. There's a lot of work that you're churning through real damn fast. Love the hazard striping. Effective use of the green for the lenses really standing out. Going for that Mechanicus look so you've left off the faceplates. I can appreciate that. I like the serpents, which I'm assuming are free-handed. I guess they might not be. This one has to be free-handed. That couldn't be a decal with all the details that it crosses. Oh, I see the guardsman. Homeboy down here, like with his arm in a sling, still rocking his banner. Like, yeah, me too. Don't forget me, and also please don't step on me. Let's take a look at the follow-up. Oh, here we have our Armigers. Recently I've been pushing to get the Armiger Helverin on the left finished. It's one of the named characters for House Krast. So much more I could do, but I'm trying to get the bare essentials finished without compromising what I could. It looks good. And yeah, okay, I didn't realize that these were canon characters or even a canon house. Because I don't think I've looked in a Knight's Codex since the first one that they released, when there was one Imperial Knight, and there's you know, the only difference was what weapons that it wielded. Yeah, please don't sit down. I like the work you've done on the basing here, using some extra like terrain bits and whatnot. Kind of a simple stone base, but then shattered pieces of marble and munition crates. It's simple but effective. Yeah, like this is, for being what I'm assuming is relatively quick work that you've been churning out, trying to actually get ready for a game, like these are really nice. These are worthy of being featured on like a weekly roundup, man. Lovely, lovely work on the lensing on the eyes, and going with that really bright, vibrant green really helps to draw the eyes there. Gorgeous work, Merlin Models. I mean, it always is, but I particularly like seeing an army that you're painting as opposed to just your fucking golden demon, like, Vindicare, man. That shit's been blowing my mind for a while. Weird how head is in torso instead of on top. Well, I mean, the pilots even sit above the head. There is a visual effect that happens when you It's the same thing they do with Terminators. If you set the head low and increase the shoulders over top of them, it just gives you the natural impression of, like, brute strength. Alright, let's see. Oh, we got some work here from Kai, the guy. Let's have a look here. Starting up with our Obi-Wan from the Clone Wars. Oh, I like it. Very, very nicely done. I particularly appreciate the solid blue core of the lightsaber. I guess it's easier to do in 2D, but it's always a challenge to figure out quite how to do those. Good likeness of Ewan. I dig it. And I love the Clone Wars look with the armor that he wore in addition to his little Jedi gorget thing. Very, very nicely done. Let's have a look at our Grand Inquisitor. Oh, yeah. I appreciate that in Rebels, they both introduced one of the dumbest things in all of Star Wars, which is when an Inquisitor held his lightsaber over his head and it spun like a helicopter blade and he flew. And then also, like, immediately thereafter, they heard the fan response and they were like, let's literally never do that again. Never, ever again. That was, whoopsie daisy. That episode is saved by the fact that it also has one of the best lightsaber fights in the entire saga in it, but this is neither here nor there. And to his credit, the Grand Inquisitor never did that. Don't talk to me or my sons ever again, right? Well, little armigers. Well, you got the big one and the small ones. You brought this on yourself, Merlin. Really nice work on this, though. Particularly like the head tats. And you really nailed the just pissed off judgmental look that the Grand Inquisitor should have. Very, very nice work, Kai. I really appreciate you sharing with us today, man. I always love when people come into chat and they have some art to share with us. It really gives me kind of a feel for where they are in their journey. I like the reflective effect that you've done on his kind of glossy armor for the Imperial Cog. Very, very nice. Yeah, but would absolutely love to see some more of your work if you feel like coming in again and sharing, man. Alright, let's see what we have up next. A little bit of business from Merlin Models, following up with his extra, showing off his models in his old cabinet. Apparently command strips work amazingly. They really do. They're shockingly effective. Look at all these. Enhance. There's a Gilliman bust over here. Now, we've seen a few of these. I love the Sypha Belnatis. This is still one of my... This is such a cool piece of work. I love that you did this, man.
Little baby knights, oh my god.
Here's the big boy with the guardsman between his legs. Oh, there's another one over here I actually hadn't seen yet. We got some Kroot. Oh, I managed to get somebody to split a Kill Team box with me, so I'm actually getting the Kroot kin band, so I'm going to get to paint those. I'm actually pretty excited about that. In all of 40k, the Kroot are the race that I absolutely love the most, and those models are really nice. Got some guard down here, nice big old Bane blade, a little Sentinel Scout. There's our Golden Demon pin recipient. There's a Space Marine Talon Storm Wind Strike Speeder. I don't know what it's called. And then up top, we got a couple of Aeronautica Imperialis boyos. We got some big bad boy Terminators. We got Rowboat Girly Man himself. There's the Catechin that you were working on a little while ago. Our classic Ultramarine. And some Dusty Martians. That's a nice display cabinet. I dig it. Man, display cabinets are hard to get. They really are. Love Kroot. Got them for Kill Team specifically, but then 2.0 happened. I haven't looked at their compendium rules for 2.0, but I do like the rules for the kin band, and I would have wanted those models. Regardless of if they had special rules or not. Nice lighting job, Merlin, but that will bring... 16 pound? Really? That's it? Is somebody moving or something? Did you rob someone, Merlin? You know what? Don't tell me. I have plausible deniability as long as you don't actually inform me of the method of acquisition. So before I am implicated in any British crimes, that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. All right. We got some good building done today. I've got a little bit more to do and then some basing for those bad boys. I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually going to paint the Rotmire Creed on stream. We'll find out. I have lots of painting to do. Lots and lots of painting to do before March. So I'm going to be working on something pretty constantly. It's going to be a variety of things, but all really kind of restricted to skirmish lists. Let's see who's doing what out there in the Twitchverse. Bear with me for a moment, folks. It's Friday night. Somebody's got to be painting something. Wicked Mini's going. Good Enough Painting is going. Commander Mittens is going. Josh Foreman's going. Layson... Oh, we got lots of choices. We got lots of choices tonight, folks. Let me see what people are doing. Weathering a diorama. Painting some orcs. Good Enough Painting is going. Commander Mittens is doing some Con Rush painting. Let me see where Josh Foreman's at. We haven't rated him in a while. He's a good guy. He's been going for 7 fucking hours. Okay, maybe not him. I can't imagine he's going much longer. What about Layson Paints? What are you up to? Painting an entire vampire army. Hold up. That says he's been going for 7 hours. Has everybody been streaming all day? Let's go show Layson some love. Homeboy's working on apparently painting an entire vampire army, and he's been painting for like 7 hours. So, do me a favor. Go with the raid, make a little bit of noise, and make our boy feel appreciated. Because he's been marathoning, and I'll bet he could use the boost right now. Wham bam, let's get that started. Okie dokie. Folks, as always, thank you so much for joining me. We got a couple of pretty damn good raids tonight. Thank you, everybody, for bringing your people in. Scud, it's been a fantastic evening. Thank you for sharing your crab pictures with us. As always, it's always a pleasure to have you in chat. It's a pleasure to have everybody in chat. It's always a pleasure to have people come join me. This is just what I want to be doing anyway, and I love being able to share whatever bullshit is in my head with you guys on any given day while also getting a little bit of modeling done. You know, it's that experience of hanging around the game shop that I just don't get as much anymore since I moved rurally, but hopefully we'll be able to recapture more and more of that as time goes on. And I hope that you guys have had fun. We got a lot of new follows tonight. Welcome in new followers. I hope you guys had a good time. I'm so glad that some of you shared with us. I would love to see some more of your work in the near future. We're going to be back Sunday the 13th, Tuesday the 15th, Friday the 18th. Wham, bam, bam. Paintin', buildin', paintin', buildin', paintin', buildin'. We are on the road to Adepticon, folks. And it's a long one. It's a long one, and it's paved with fucking dry brushing, I guess. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm going to send you guys over to Layson. So until next time, keep on painting.